and say the
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God, we ask you to be in this meeting today and guide our commissioners as they act in the county. We pray you watch over our employees and protect them as they serve the county. Pray this in Jesus' name.
This is the Brian, which
Let's see, that'd be,
the 20.
well, the one you're signing is 2 weeks ago. The one
Okay.
you're approving is last week.
Okay, so I'm just signing this one.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes as presented.
I'll second it.
Motion been moving second. All in favor?
Aye.
Make a motion, we approve to pay the claims in the amount of $176,918.88.
I'll second. Motion been moving second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, then I do have some adds and abates. I had one that I'd sent out to you earlier, but had some more that Janet worked up this weekend. The first one I'd sent out to you was actually an add to the tax roll. It was for $400.40. But then we had a person in Centerville who had paid a couple of years of sewer charges on a property, but then hadn't paid for the last 3 or 4 years, and found out there is no sewer connection on that particular piece of property. So there's some abatements on there to take that off and get money back to her. So the grand total for all of it is a negative $726.60.
I'll make a motion that we accept Adam Bates number 2022-1919 or 919, 920, 921, 922, and 923 for a negative $726.60.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Then we've got the sheriff's monthly fee report.
For the end of the month, July report for the sheriff's department, housing for Pleasanton was $40. They brought in $40. U.S. Marshal Transportation brought in $4,801.05. State of Kansas SSA payment for inmate was $5,201.05, and the U.S. Marshal inmate housing was $45,945.05. And there's a few other things like fingerprint fees, concealed and carry report fees for a total of $47,380.05. I'll make a motion that we accept it.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
The year-to-date park report.
Thank you.
The 2023 park year-to-date report for the month of July, income totals were $31,586.02. Year-to-date is $177,777.39. And the expenditures is, for the month of July, was $17,079.32. And then for the end of the date, or end of the year, or year to date, was $164,492.87. So looks like we're in the positive $13,284.52 for the year.
And then the sheriff had sent the email out this morning on the prisoner count. I've got some copies if you guys want them. See that.
Yep.
Total prisoners is 65, 14 released this past week. Total prisoners in 65, total farmed out 0. Total farmed in is 40. Total 911 calls is 90. Total jail contacts is 3,610. Total calls for service is 526. Civil service paper served is 15. 4 VIN inspections. 5 new cases opened. 7 cases closed. They worked 3 vehicle crashes, 2 SRO activities, 212 bailiff contacts, and there was 9 livestock out. David, you got anything else?
That's all I've got for now. I've got some stuff for you later in the meeting.
Oh, sorry. Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hagwald, Linn County Rural Fire and Emergency Management. I sent out the weekly run totals. We had 4 incidents last week. We also had crews at the fair last 2 nights just to stand by and for assistance with the motor vehicles, catch on fire, extrication, anything. Everything went well. Brings our total for the year up to 267. The other thing I forgot to report last week, Evergy, the F500 trailer, they'll be stationing in Linn County at the Rural Fire Department. It's nearing completion. It will be on display at the International Fire Chiefs Conference in Kansas City in middle of August. So after that, they'll be bringing it down and it'll be stationed up at the Linn area. That is all I have, unless you guys have questions.
I don't. All right. Thank you, Randy.
Jessica?
Good morning, Jessica Hightower. You should have gotten the grant award agreement for the CDBG grant from STARS last week. Did you receive that? Were you able to look at it?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, we did. All right.
Did you have any questions? Are you ready to sign it today?
Do you want to go over it, just kind of explain over camera what it is, or or did you do that last week, or?
No, I didn't, since you all hadn't had a chance to see it. So this agreement is pretty standard with the grant. It spells out that it's a $100,000 grant, $25,000 matching. We've already established that the school districts are supplying that $25,000, so the county is not putting any funds into this grant. The budget is attached to the back. $5,000 of the $100,000 is going towards administrative costs for Regional Planning Commission. The rest of the funding is going toward the purchase of computers, computer desks and chairs for a computer lab for the students, and 2 desktop simulators for their heavy equipment program. The agreement basically says that we are going to comply with all of their deadlines. We're going to follow their monitoring rules. They're going to come out once during the grant and tour the facility to make sure that we've used the funds as we've said we're going to. It says that we're going to follow their closeout procedures and keep all of the documents for auditing purposes. Regional planning will, they're really good at this. They'll make sure that they keep all of the documents and follow all the procedures and all of that good stuff. We're saying that there's no conflict of interest, that they're an equal opportunity employer and educator, and that we're going to follow the budget.
Then the responsibility fall on us to keep track of all this.
No, that's the, Southeast Kansas, Regional Planning.
Right. I will serve as a go-between between the school and regional planning, but for the most part, it'll fall on regional planning for the reporting.
We just applied for it on behalf of the school, right?
Yes. So the funding will come from the state to the county, and then the county will write a check to the STARS program. We will serve as a fiduciary go-between, but we're not going to actually have any county funds go to the program.
And they have 2 years to get this completed.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So we'll run that through your grant.
Yes, we can do that.
I don't have any other questions.
I don't either. You just need a motion to accept or to sign it, or what do you need?
Yes, to enter into this agreement.
Is there a name for it? Is it just the,
So this is grant agreement number 23PS028 between the State of Kansas Department of Commerce and Linn County.
I'll make a motion that we enter into the agreement for grant agreement number 23PS
028.
028 with the State of Kansas Department of Commerce and Linn County for the STARS program in Pleasanton.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You went to their board meeting, right? Their first one. How did that go? Did you already talk?
Right here. And this also saying that we're not going to be federally lobbying for anything.
You're an officer on the board over there.
I am. I was elected secretary. We're meeting the third Monday night of the month.
Is that a conflict of interest? Having her on the board that's spending money that we're giving them?
I don't know. Let me think about that.
We appointed you to that board, did we not?
As the county's representative.
I'll have to look into that. Give it some thought. I don't know off the top of my head. That's okay.
Okay. As part of this grant, we also need a motion to appoint a fair housing contact person. This grant does not have anything to do with housing, the youth job training grant, but the CDBG program does. So every award recipient has to do this. So you would either appoint David or me if you would like. Either one is fine, but we need a motion to appoint a fair housing contact person for purposes of the CDBG grant.
Are you okay with doing it?
Sure.
Are you guys good with it? I'll make a motion that we allow Jessica to Say it one more time.
The fair housing contact person.
There we go. Fair contact housing person.
What will your responsibility be there? What is it for?
Just, I'm not real sure because this grant that we received has nothing to do with housing. I believe it's just listing my name that we have a fair housing contact person. It's checking a box.
I'll second that motion.
Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I mentioned last week that QuickCom is scheduling a groundbreaking celebration for their program, their project over near Parker. We've scheduled that for August 29th, starting at 11 o'clock.
He called me.
Yes, he would like you, since you're the chairman, to speak, if you're willing.
I don't know if that's a good idea, but yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, if you guys are okay with it.
Would
He
you do
called
that?
me and left me a voicemail. I haven't called him back on and talked.
I told him you were on vacation, so yes, if you would be willing to do that, that would be wonderful.
Yep.
They also want to know if we can do that at the courthouse. Yes.
No problem, right? David, you guys got anything on the 29th there?
Can't imagine that we have anything that would prohibit that.
It's a Tuesday.
At 11, you say?
Yes, August 29th. They're scheduling it from 11 to noon. And you're all welcome to come. They've invited Karen Tyson, Jerry Moran, and Jake LaTurner as well.
Any voicemail? I didn't want to call him back and okay it until I talked to you guys, so.
And I believe they have a marketing person, they can help you write something if you're interested in that. Okay. But I'll let him know that you would be willing to speak.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. The fuel at the airport. The Garnett Airport is, they have submitted an offer for $2 a gallon to purchase the fuel that we have left at our airport. They will be transporting it. This is their official offer.
And you contacted several other locations.
Yes, I have. I
Actually,
have contacted several others. No one else is interested.
And right now we had a card reading or our pump on it.
Our pump is down.
It's-
Yes. The part to replace and the part and repair of the pump is roughly $2,000.
And we've already put a lot of money into it already, right?
We've put several $1,000s into this pump already.
So the fuel's just kind of sitting there doing nothing.
To replace the pump, the last quote that I got was $15,000. Kevin measured it last week. There's between 3,000 and 3,100 gallons in there right now. The airport manager at Garnett thinks that they can get it in about a 2-week time frame.
What do you think?
Get old on us if we don't get rid of it. Then we'll be paying somebody to take it.
Yeah.
So we need to have a motion to accept.
I think so.
So, yeah.
Just a,
I'll make a motion that we accept Anderson County's airport's fuel bid at $2 a gallon for the 3,000 to 3,100
I
gallons.
think it's
Approximately.
Garnett Municipal
Garnett,
Airport.
sorry. Garnett Airport, for the 3,000 to 3,100 gallons of fuel at the Linn County Airport.
I'll second that. Motion moved, seconded. Any more discussion? They're just getting the fuel, not the tank or nothing like that.
Right.
What do we do with the tank?
Well, it would, the FBO, if we were to
Okay.
accept an offer, would then get use of the tank.
Gotcha. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The tire bids were due on Friday. I received 4. I can't really announce amounts for the bids because several of them gave me multiple choices of tires to pick from for the foreman. But I can tell you who bid. I have one from Conlon Tire in Kansas City. I've got Goodyear Commercial Tire in Kansas City. I've got Pomps in Pittsburgh and Dave's Mobile Service in Prescott. I will sit down this week with the shops who asked for tires and go through those bids, and we'll bring them back next week with their picks.
Good with that.
Okay. That's all I have for today. Do you all have anything for me?
I don't.
Okay.
Thank you, Jessica.
Gary, I have a meeting coming up for STARS, I think, if you want to let me know what you think on that. Okay.
I'll, do a little bit of research and let you know.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more?
Good morning, gentlemen. Virgil Swanson with AMR. Apologize, I didn't realize Galen wouldn't be here today, but I did grab some numbers for you because I remember the last time that happened. It looks like last week Blue Mountain had 2 calls but no transports. Racine had 9 with 4 transports. Linn Valley, we took 1 out of there. Mound City had 10 calls with 5 transports. Parker 8 calls, but only 3 went to the hospital. Pleasanton 9 calls, 6 transports, and Prescott 1 call, but no transports. Unless you guys have questions for me, I don't have any.
Do you, on your list, do you distinguish between like a lift assist or a transport?
That would be in the call. So if it says, like say that session where it had 10 call outs and 5 transports, the lift assist would be in those call outs. So say like a call out or a fire standby or something along that line, if we don't actually transport to the hospital, that's a different.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Thanks.
John, you got anything?
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. I have a assistance application for mowing the Mound City lagoons. City of Mound City does not have a boom mower. They have done all the work except for what would require a boom mower around there. We're talking about probably 20 minutes worth of work once we get in the gates. And it's something that we've done in the past, but they filled out an application for assistance and would like us to just clean up around those lagoons for them.
Didn't we just put something in a policy when Parker asked to do it?
That's what this is.
That's what this is.
Oh, that's what this
The
one is?
application process.
Well, no,
Most of these things in the past either occurred by shop foreman's word of mouth or them calling me, and these forms are the requirement that you set forth. And this is our second one that we've done, and we've had pretty good response with them.
because we had one, was it last week or the week before for the fair?
That's
For
correct.
spraying at the fair.
That's correct.
And then we had Parker's that led to us setting up that policy.
Do we get a lot of those applications to do stuff like that? I mean, is it just kind of so often?
They're sporadic at best. I would assume at different times of the season, we'll hear from Pleasanton about mowing the West Lake where the cross country goes and some other things like that. At some point, we'll hear from Blue Mound. I would assume in the past, we've done some greater work inside Blue Mound for them, but they are very sporadic. But Joyce has developed a file and is tracking those requests. So I would assume after a 12-month cycle, we could just about tell you all of those without having to do it by recollection.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Linn County Public Works Assistance application for Mound City for boom mowing around the city lagoons.
I'll second. Motion moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Are we gonna have a boom mower for sale? Do you want that one?
Two of them, actually.
Then they can hire out.
It's a good business.
I just handed you the July cost summary by task and material cost. If you have any questions, I'll try to get to those. Next item I have for you is the Old District Court. Randy's been working up the bids for those, and we anticipate bringing those to you next Monday. But we did have an alteration or change that we need to discuss.
You got a lot of bids, interest in contractors helping?
That, I'd have to talk to Randy about some Spanish all of that. IT came to us, and there will be no server room per se in that building, but they did want to block off an area to trunk everything into all the fiber and to push it back out through the building. We talked to Kathy, Pam, David, got with everybody, tried to work through several modifications that could work out, and this is the solution that we came up with. After we approve this solution, I'm being told Chris can plot map the electrical and the fiber, hand over what he needs to Randy, and within a couple hours have it mapped out, and we can be ready next Monday to give you bids on those.
Yes.
I thought we stopped using computers anytime soon.
An 8x6 room is all it is?
Yes, again, that's not going to be a server room per se. It's just going to bring the fiber and serve to push it back out and be the room where all that is transferred in the building. And I have absolutely no other explanation to the technical ability of the room other than that.
I'm good. Do you need an answer on it?
I just, because you approved a final drawing to bid on 2 weeks ago, I'm sorry, for Randy to go out for, I just need your approval to make an alteration or change so that we can finish getting those bids and go forward with it, bring you the numbers next week.
I'm good. You guys good with that?
I'm good with it.
Yep.
Okay, we discussed property, and the resolutions to, finish the Purple Wave auction. We've got the, Trail King belly dump listed on here. We have, a grader, as we discussed last week, with Dennis, listed on here. We have a boom mower. You'll see it listed on here, and this is an alteration. The boom mower that we listed the first time, instead of both the forward or front wheel assist, one of them was a two-wheel drive that we intend on keeping. So you'll see a two-wheel assist listed on here. And the only difference in the resolutions that I have prepared for you is there is a dump truck 307 sitting at the south shop. It's a 2009 International. I'm being told it hasn't moved in 2 years. It had a transmission replaced in it, and then the transmission went out on it a second time. It has been a yard ornament, and through the cleaning down there and the process of going through the equipment, Dennis has advised me that if it's going to set on the lot, and we've already thrown a transmission and shelled another one out in it. There's not much sense in keeping it. So if you'd like, I'll either give you the resolution for the belly dump, the grader that we've identified with the alteration on the boom mower, or I'll give you the one that adds the additional dump truck, which is unit number 307. Both are titled as Resolution 2023-34.
Might as well get rid of the dump truck too, right? As we're cleaning stuff up.
2 years, I don't guess we need it.
This would be the one with the truck.
You guys good with it?
I'm good with it.
I make a motion that we approve resolution 2023-34, which is a surplus property that's going to go on Purple Wave from just miscellaneous items from that he had stated.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
We have a new let date for Hell's Bend. It went from 10/23 to 12/23. This is because of railroad issues, but this is on them, and it's nothing that we're too concerned with. But I'm just advising you that they're having trouble getting permitting and other contractual stuff on their end, not with the agreement we signed.
From the state's end.
Correct. With the railroad, so it's going to push the let date out to 12/23.
They're picking up part of the tab on that, correct? The state is, or?
The majority of that on that grant.
Okay.
And I couldn't give you the details right off my head. I think it's an 80/20 or 90/10. Less some engineering and some purchases on the front end that we had to do to accommodate that.
Is that gonna affect our timeline any, but it keep getting pushed back?
It will affect the timeline.
I'm asking in regards to the grant.
For the grant itself, I've kept up with them and made sure that we're still in compliance and that we haven't got out of the parameters of that.
Okay.
And no, we're still in our window for that grant opportunity.
Okay.
On the park, lagoons, I've identified a landowner that is more than willing and within the 5-mile limit on our contractual agreement. I can go over that since we don't have an agreement with that landowner in legal if you'd like, but what I would like is permission to get with Gary, the landowner, and our contractor to come up with a legal language that suitable for Gary to develop some type of contractual agreement with the landowner to put this material out.
I'm good with that.
Sounds good to me.
Okay? Let's see. The only thing I have left is, I'm sorry, let me back up. Bates County, on the MOA agreement, the work has been done on the state line roadway. The only thing I have left is to receive back our copy. We signed and sent our copy over. They signed it, did the work. I have not received our copy back. There is some issues. I've contacted them. One commissioner told me that he would try to get a third party to get that over to me because of lack of technical knowledge, and I'm still working to get that back. It's paperwork just for us to hold in case something comes of it. But the work has been done. The water's been moved, and I don't see a lot of issues with the work that's been done over there. The only other thing I need is 5 minutes of legal. And that would be everything I have for you this morning. I'm sorry, let me correct myself. Just a word, you may have noticed some of the cleaning, the other stuff within the next week to 2 weeks. Just letting you know, we may be augmenting some of our timelines and work office stuff and closing down this doorway coming into the main office. We'll set up here so that we can bring people into this side of the building during the week, and we're going to be doing some painting across in our offices on our work time, and we're going to do it ourselves so that we don't interfere with maintenance. But because of that, we're going to meet people in here outside commission days and try to facilitate that. And 5 minutes of legal is all I need unless you have questions for me.
How long will you guys be in here?
I'm sorry.
How long will you be in here?
I think it'll be on and off for a couple of days that we'll clean up, do some painting and other stuff in the office.
To go for,
No, we'll do it around the schedule and it shouldn't impact anybody. But if anybody asks you, we will put signage on the door so that they understand how to contact us and we can meet them in here. We just don't want to traipse a bunch of people through areas that we might be painting or cleaning up.
I got a question on this, this report I passed. On the pest control, it looks like we spent $2,400 roughly. I mean, are we doing a lot more than our old contract? Because I mean, I don't think our old contract was that much, was it? I mean, are we just doing a lot more? That's in-house, right?
That's in-house, and I would have to look at that and see whether it not only used chemicals, but also used man hours that we're already paying for and accounted for those man hours to come up with that total. But I can compare the two and try to give you a cost estimate on what we're doing versus what we were paying to do.
Is that gonna, have you talked to him? Does he feel like that might slow him down? Like he has, what, 63 or activities, which I don't know, is that hours or?
63 different assignments, activities, or tasks that he did. And
Ours is the next one.
I looked at what he was doing and spoke to Johnny about this, and he's been doing a lot of ground clearing, some other stuff, and then helping out at the fairgrounds. He's taken on some side tasks on some towers, cleaning up gravel on them and ground spraying them. Johnny and Carl have done an excellent job with that, and at this point, he is full steam ahead and telling me things are going well and does not feel that he's advised me overwhelmed or shorthanded. So
Mess up the spraying or anything.
they're not only doing their spraying, but they're doing some ground clearing and maintenance, and then doing the bug spraying, and they're managing it very well.
Good.
Last week we talked about the hazardous waste, you know, we were disposing of.
Correct.
Did you say something about the schools? Some of that came from the schools.
On the previous, with that very high disposal, apparently there were some chemicals that came from a school which ramped that previous bill up. And some of those chemicals were very specific and very costly to get rid of.
I just wonder why do we, from one vaccine into another, why can't they take care of what they have?
I doubt if they had the hazardous waste program. I mean, we've got
Well, I understand that,
Yeah.
but they can pay for what they.
yeah, that would be the alternative, I think. for them
I'm
to-
not saying we can still take it, but to me, why don't we have them paying?
I just don't think it's ever been raised.
And I think that was brought up when Al and I talked about it, that program, like the paint that you spoke about and drying it, other counties, when that's brought to them, would put it out on the website and tell people how to handle that rather than bring it to them, so they could bring it back already pre-dried. If we say we don't take certain kind of materials and that contractually, we would work with other entities, but they would have to pay the bill on that. It's probably something we need to really address as we go through the solid waste program, because there needs to be some policy changes, and they haven't been changed on household hazardous waste in a very long time.
Well, like I say, the taxing entities,
Is it normal? Because we take it for free, right?
Yes.
Is that normal? No?
Well, from talking to Al, other areas do charge per pound and weigh the material as it comes in. And just like we do to offset our tires and disposal. But that would be, I can look to see how many do, how many don't. But again, that may be a consideration if we don't take the material in, what happens to it if we charge.
not against the individuals bringing it in, but I'm saying the taxing entity, if they're bringing it to us, why don't they put it out of their budget? What?
Well, and that's, like I said, that's something that we really need to look at, that policy and that overall program and update it, because it hasn't been updated in some time. But we really do know,
What was the bill to get rid of that stuff? Was it?
we haven't received it yet.
This
But-
one isn't near as bad as the last one.
The last one was like what, 22?
21,000 on the last one. Al's, after going through that and discussing it with him, he anticipates between 300 and 1,000 to get rid of what
But
we've
the
got.
last one, a lot of it came from the schools.
A good portion of it, yes. He advised me one chemical was very costly to get rid of because of the type, it may have been some type of vial or a chemical lab or things for the school, but those come very infrequently, but they are a large cost if those chemicals are collected and managed and handled differently than others.
I realize we can still handle it, but I'm just saying if they bring that type of stuff to us, I think they should stand the cost of it.
You don't think that like an individual person there should be a minimum charge for hazardous material? Like, I mean, would that be normal?
Well, from what Al's telling me, and we can get some numbers on look at what was disposed, he's telling me that your paints are a large portion of this. The other largest portion is going to be herbicides and pesticides brought in, and quite frankly, I don't know how we get rid of herbicides or pesticides in a safe manner unless they bring it in, and there could be some problems if we charge too much or prohibited people without a cost to get rid of it, and then ended up seeing those dumped and discarded in other places.
And so the stuff that we collect, I think you told us, but I can't remember, do we offer it back to people?
We can push it back out, and we've used some in the county, but it has to have a label on it, and it has to be full and unopened when we push it back out. We can't give partial unknown chemicals without labels on them back out.
So we can donate to like STARS program for their construction portion of their school.
Well, most of what I'm being told that we have left are those herbicides and pesticides at this point. And there are going to be some other household chemicals, but again, if it's not labeled, it's a jug with liquid in it.
Okay.
Where are we at on the study out there anyway? Or the engineering report or wherever we're studying for the sales?
For the cells, I don't have an update on the estimate. I've been receiving the periodic invoices on those. I can get you an estimate on when that'll be ready and bring it to you next week. I believe we're on track, but there's also a process of permitting and things on the back end with the state that the timelines, I'm not aware of how long that takes.
Is that kind of all we're waiting on, is to figure out about the sales, and then we're gonna make a decision on what we're gonna do out there?
We'll make a decision after we get that permitting and the new engineering on how we're going to move forward and improve those cells and build up those walls to get us that timeline. whether we do it ourselves or we contract it, and that'll be the next question.
Are we talking to them about the property across the street too for future?
They have looked at that and they have given us an opinion on some of those, but what we tell them we want to build, they've evaluated both properties. What we tell them we want to build is going to make a big difference on what they tell us the best solution to our problem is. But it is a discussion we need to have with them once we get past this point and get some time with those new cell improvements. We need to sit down and have those discussions, determine a course of action and a plan, and then have them engineer to our plan.
So you think by the end of the year, we could start discussing it pretty in depth and get a plan together and start?
I think I can come back next week and give you a better timeline after I talk to the engineer. That way I don't speak for him and not know.
I know there's just a lot of factors in the whole entire operation that we.
I've not done a lot. The first and only permit I've signed was when I first got here for the cell that they're using now, and all of that background work and timeline was done before I got here. So I can't estimate that. I have no experience in estimating that timeline.
Which that was what Bogan did, right? Did he? Yeah.
Yeah, they did some of the dirt work, I think. and-
They did it and the taxiways through the properties at the airport.
Where we at on our, tracos as far as, have we been mowing any brush with them?
On the track hose,
Using the,
I would have to talk to the shop foremans and find out how many opportunities they've had. The biggest thing that we've had recently was we took the equipment out to 900 and 1077 just north of there. I believe I sent you a message on it because it was in your area. Kevin was out looking at markers, found one leaning, looked at it, and the tube had been compromised and the water had gone around it from the east side of the roadway towards the west, and it caused like a 10-foot cavern underneath our roadway, which compromised the roadway itself. It had been flowabled and filled before. You could see where they'd tried to plug it and where it had gone around it before, and they tried to use flowable to stop that water from going around that tube, and it didn't work. So it had to be dug out, and that's the last time I know they moved that new track hoe down there. They actually used the one from the north shop instead of using the south shop because it was already sitting on a trailer when they called for the project and ready to be delivered. So
where are we at on the big piece or the big excavator we have? I know that it was broke down at one time.
that's correct.
What are we doing with that?
I've got Randy coming in to speak with you about that, and there he is. So,
Let him speak.
Randy, sorry. Daniel is here to speak with you about that. And he's going to talk to you about the estimates I first gave you were very high. He's got some solutions, but the reason we wanted to bring him in and look at these solutions is because I don't want to tell you that we're going to fix it for $2,500 and then have to spend another 20 grand on it if that solution doesn't work on it. He's going to tell you about his plan to fix it and what the probabilities of this investment could do to fix a machine, because quite honestly, he and I went through it, and the technical information that he was giving me, there's no way I could pass on to you. So if you're ready for him, I'll go ahead and bring him up and he can tell you all about that piece of equipment.
Yeah, come on up. You'll state your name and who you're with.
Dan Parsons or Daniel Parsons, I'm mechanic for Linn County. Brought a few things in to show you.
So what was the problem with it to begin with, you guys said? That,
This is the part. Originally, what had happened was, that particular valve had stuck and the crowd stick was powering out, constantly, without even touching the controls. So we thought we had a piece of trash in the system, and we brought before you, I think Sean did, some quotes to send it to a shop. Worst case scenario, to have the system flushed, possibly a pump replaced. After Mike and I discussed it, he asked me if I felt comfortable replacing the entire valve, if that's what it took. I said that would be fine, something we could do in-house and not have to ship it off. So in the process of diagnosing the problem, we knocked that valve out. The only thing that we found that was wrong, why I didn't find any trash in the system, I sent it to 2 individuals to have them check it up in a lathe and check the run out on it. It does have some run out, about 1.5 thou. The tolerances in this valve body are extremely tight. I can get that about 3/4 of the way in, and then it gets extremely tight. My thought is that with it being even that minute of amount of being warped, the lesser of the 2 evils on cost would be to just replace that spool. Okay, these parts are only available through or from Korea. This would be a special order item. I believe the first item there is the complete valve, and secondly, just the spool. So $2,400 for the spool.
Yes,
And then if that doesn't work, we would have to replace the whole valve
yes,
at 21,700.
yes. The original quote was 17,745.79. That quote was given to us 3 months ago. That cost has increased over those 3 months. And that is the current price.
how old is the piece of equipment? And how many hours are on it, or how do you guys, or what's?
Okay, this is actually a fairly low-hour machine. It only has 3,882 hours. After researching it through past auctions that have expired for similar machine, with that amount of hours, we're looking at a value somewhere in the ballpark of 70,000.
And a new one cost what?
I don't have a number for a brand new machine.
How much have we used it in the last 3 years? Anybody, as far as.
Well, I haven't been here that long, but the way I understand it, just from talk, is they've used it quite a bit on different projects.
What was wrong? Were you here when it broke down right outside the?
No, sir, I wasn't.
We have a way of looking back, see how many hours we put on it in 3 years.
Project out here on the demo, that most of the other hours put on it would be the bridge
School.
that we did in the wildlife park area, and a couple other bridge projects. because of the reach and the, machine.
Didn't we use it out there at Pleasant High School too? Yeah, I believe so.
It could have been, I don't know that, if you're talking the field behind.
Yeah.
Tree removal, yeah.
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 What year is it?
It is 2005.
What, do you know? Go ahead. You got some?
Was it brand new when we bought it, or does anybody know?
I don't know.
If we could get it fixed for the 24-22, yeah, that seems pretty reasonable for a $70,000 piece of equipment. Be a lot more economical than replacing it or having to replace that whole valve.
I agree with that.
I think that's where we should start,
Okay.
myself.
So what, you can just order the valve first?
Yes, just to order the spool itself to begin with, and hopefully that fixes it.
You good with it?
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Thanks for bringing that to us, Dan.
How's everything else in the county?
Wonderful.
Good. Size wise, how much bigger is that piece than the two new ones we got? Quite a bit.
But it's,
The reach and,
I would think it would be an invaluable piece of equipment, just in my personal opinion, for larger jobs. You have larger bucket capacity, more weight, more horsepower.
so say on the sales out here at the landfill, could we do some of that digging with that machine with our county guys? Do you know?
On the cells?
Yeah.
I would have to assume that, yes, we could use it, but, we're also gonna be wheel loaders, bulldozer. I mean, the cell work, we're gonna have to have, one of our operators give us a lot more information by looking at the engineering work than I could do. I'm just not an equipment operator. That's all I had for you, unless you have any other questions for me, and I can look up the hours and bring those back to you on the machinery. Try to give you some history and get that pushed out to you in case we have any other discussions on it.
That would be good.
I got one more. I got a phone call again over out there by Area G between that trestle at Boycourt and the overflow lake or whatever. You know how the road's all falling off?
Yes,
We had to get a hold of the feds.
that's going to be a discussion of whether or not we move that roadway
Close it.
or close that roadway. And quite honestly, I'll bring you the mapping and everything next week and show that to you about what uses are there. I cannot imagine that is critical. That access is critical because it has a rail trestle preventing large farm machinery going through there. I can't.
If we close the road down, would it still be open for fishermen to be able to go along the bank of the river to get in there?
I would have to defer to Gary and say how we close. Closing it's one thing, going minimum maintenance and marking it, what our options are, because moving the roadway onto that rock side, I'm sure we can get the ground from the feds. All you're doing is continuing to pay large amounts of money to move a roadway away from a river that's bending into it.
Right
And
there,
it's,
Area G, and if you're going back towards Boycourt,
Okay.
it's that windy road that follows the riverbank.
Gotcha.
It's falling in pretty good, and I think we have some cones, or somebody has some cones or something.
we have steel cable and
Just
markers preventing anybody getting to the spoiled area that's slipping.
Okay.
But it is something we need to address, and I think we're gonna have to look at other remedies, because I believe pushing it into that hillside's only gonna slow it down, and we're gonna continue to keep moving that roadway.
Yeah.
At a very large cost.
So do we grade that road? We can't get a grader underneath that trestle, do we? Or are we
Oh,
going around?
You can't get a grader under the trestle.
So we don't even go down that road right now? Or do we
Uh,
go around?
I would have to talk to the grader in the area to see what he's done in the past, whether he's had to back down that roadway and come at it from the other side. We maintain it, but how we maintain it, I cannot answer. I just can't see any large piece of equipment going under that rail trestle. After a discussion on it, yes, we could put eyes on it and
Do
probably.
you feel
meet
it's a
specs.
liability for the, I mean, for the county? I mean, how we have it set up right now? That's the question that I got.
Any less than perfect situation or roadway or deficiencies could be a liability. I would think if someone was injured, the road's so minimally traveled and by only, I would imagine, people that are aware of where it's at and where it goes. Is it a liability? It's always a liability. We could get a heavy rain and tomorrow it could be past our barricades.
And that would, the river, it's pretty much on the riverbank, so that'd be the feds, right? I mean, is that their land? Do you know?
The land on the other side of our roadway is federal ground in most of that area. So, but we'll plot map it and bring it back to you and we can have an in-depth discussion on it. But we do need to make a decision because what we've got out there is just a temporary patch to the situation until we make a decision on how you want to proceed with it.
I think that's all I got.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Brandon McGinnis did call me from Clinch Realty on the Pleasant Senior Center. And he said he got a lot of interest right out the gate. 3 or 4 buyers, but they went, then they thought the price was a little high. He wanted to know what we wanted to do. If we wanted it, he has it listed at what the county has it appraised at, which was 76, I believe. And he wanted to know if we wanted to take it down 10 grand and relist it or take the price down 10 grand, reduce it, or how we wanted to do that.
I'd like for him to bring us offers. Right?
You'd accept offers under the ask.
Just tell him if I'm, okay.
Right?
Right. That's what I'd say.
Good with that? Do we need to, we had that 9:45 executive session.
I've got 2 or 3 things to address before we do that, if that's all right.
And then our people scheduled at 10:05 are here too.
If you wanted to have them, that'd be good.
Okay. You guys want to go ahead and come on up and introduce yourselves and
Thank you. I'll present to you a letter outlining the purpose and request for the day as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nathan Fossen, I'm the CEO of Southeast Kansas Mental Health and now Ashley Clinic as well. And I have with me Job Springer, our Chief Financial Officer. I'll start with Ashley Clinic. For those of you that may be familiar with Ashley Clinic, they are based in Chanute. They're a multi-specialty medical practice, and they share our vision, which is that of providing whole person care, whereby we can better support individuals, both behavioral and medical and other needs. And here recently, they have joined our practice with that purpose and commitment. So we look very forward to how that will benefit our community, the members therein, and support those their whole person needs. I'll reflect or just describe a little more about the value therein. Throughout my 20 plus years at Southeast Kansas Mental Health, and even additional years managing primary care and other specialty practices or services, it has always been my experience that as we on the mental health side recognize and assess someone to be in need of physical health support, and when we refer them to physical health, so often they don't make it there. And the same is true in terms of primary care or other medical doctors recognizing their patients' need for mental health services, and they refer to us for those mental health services. For various reasons, they don't make it there. And so we're excited about now being a integrated care organization, whereby we can now, in a better handoff-like way, connect those that we're mutually serving and or independently serving to better provide whole person care to ensure their needs are better met. And statistically and on a personal level, that's essential because one thing that's evidenced is that those with a severe and persistent mental illness on average die 20 to 25 years earlier than those without. And so often they're dying not from their mental illness, but instead they're dying from physical health conditions, chronic conditions that they suffer from, that they're not effectively treating. And what that implies then is that as we're treating them for their mental health services, if we can then better connect them to medical services in addition, then that will improve their health outcomes and help reduce that unfortunate statistic and loss of life. The other thing I would want to focus on in terms of our updates, I appreciate this opportunity to present to the County Commission annually and just share updates regarding organizations such as that which I just described, pertinent to Ashley Clinic. But actually, let me expand upon that, how that could, how it's our vision that would benefit Linn County into the future. Ashley Clinic, although they, as a medical practice, reside and serve predominantly the Neosho County area, and they do serve beyond the Neosho County area, one of their interests in joining us was that of realizing that we serve a 6-county area. And we now have the facilities in which they could provide an expansion of services. And as such, there's that opportunity that should medical services be needed, we now could provide those and here in the Linn County and elsewhere. So that's some, as I share that update, I also welcome your and community feedback in that regard. To what extent might primary care or other specialty services be of need here in Linn County? The specialty services that I reference would be that of urology and or general surgery, and then of course primary care and even potentially obstetrics. I know that historically their Olathe Med had provided some services in the Lacine area and maybe Mound City, and I believe they may have pulled out.
Currently, there are 3 clinics in Linn County, and they're all staffed and managed by CHCSEK.
That's my understanding.
Right.
That all services are now provided by the CHC. And we have a great relationship with them. We collaborate with the CHC on a variety of services, psychiatry and the like. And so it's wonderful that that's in play. What I then question is, might there be need for more or a different type or specialty service that perhaps they're not offering? And if so, how could we then bring that service to the community?
What all do you, I think when I was in high school, you guys provided like an after school service maybe? Is that right?
Yes.
Is that still in, what do you guys do within the county to?
In the here and now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. Thanks for asking. So now I'll jump from medical to behavioral health because that really is historically our expertise. And we provide a vast array of behavioral health services: therapy, substance abuse counseling, crisis services, and a lot of community-based services. One thing that might help you envision all that we potentially do is for me to just pretend I'm a client seeking care and that my needs are great. And I'm going to expand that to say that I and my family need behavioral health care and our needs are great. So if I were in need and or someone referred me to Southeast Kansas Mental Health, the first step would be that of me connecting with a therapist, or now in our today's world, a patient navigator. I would schedule an appointment. I would first sit down with what we call a patient navigator who would step through some survey questions with me to learn about my needs. And from that, guide me to the right level of support. But naturally, my first level of support would be that of therapy. I then would sit in the therapy office for about an hour with that professional, further learning who I am, what I need. They then might refer me on to psychiatry if it was believed that medication could be of value to me. So they then may connect me to our psychiatrist or one of our psychiatric advanced nurse practitioners, and then work in harmony with them in treating me, both on the medication side as well as the therapeutic needs I may have as I strategize my way through life. And
So as a resident of Linn County, where would you have to go for these services through SEK Mental Health?
Pleasanton. Our office is located in Pleasanton,
Okay.
and that's where we would begin. Now, if it was believed that what I also need is not only a once every week or 2 or 3 week visit with a therapist, but what I really need is some in-home support, the therapist might refer me to a case manager who then could connect with me in my home or in my work setting or in my school setting and assist me in achieving my therapeutic goals. And in addition, if it was believed that what I could benefit from is some enhanced interaction with others that might struggle with like conditions, then the therapist might connect me with a group, a psychosocial or psychoeducational group service that we offer. Now let's assume I have children that also struggle with mental illness, and they too would go through that process I just described if they were seeking treatment from us. And in like fashion, and this would be to your, maybe more pointed to your question, in like fashion, it may be believed that, or assessed that my children could benefit from a psychosocial group, whereby my kids are now being connected up with other children who have a mental illness and struggle through their circumstances, and my kids and other children will now learn together, grow together, develop skills together in a group format whereby they can reinforce and support each other. And that we commonly refer to as our SECA program, our after school and or summer program, SECA representing Southeast Kansas Achievers. It's an acronym, SEKA. And that's a psychosocial group designed particularly for youth. There's also a variety of other community-based services we offer to include parent support or respite services or attendant care. And then there's also an array of crisis supports 24/7 that we offer, whereby if I or my family members or any member of the community was in crisis at risk of harming self or others, we have 24/7 response with clinicians readily available to provide assessment and treatment and hopefully support me and my family within the community, but and help us maintain at home. But if it's essential that I instead receive inpatient care, then our staff would, our our mental health professionals would assist me in going to a hospital, whether it be the state hospital or a private hospital.
Do you guys have a wait list or something? Alex, I hear that trying to get into a mental health facility is kind of very difficult.
Inpatient hospitalization has been tragic, really, in recent years. Ever since 2015, when the state hospital issued what they called a moratorium, which in effect meant that legally they were no longer obligated to accept admissions because of overflow, that then equated to a wait list.
So so Linn County comes over to Pleasanton and goes to your facility and wants help, what do you guys do? If he just walks in and needs help, doesn't have insurance or anything like that, what happens to him?
In terms of on the financial aspect, as it pertains to insurance, we first and foremost assess what their ability to pay is, and we then establish a sliding scale fee accordingly. So if they are unemployed, have zero income, then there's potential and likelihood that we would even waive the fee outright. And that's very pertinent to the funds we request from the county, because those circumstances is what those funds support.
Do you have numbers?
Those that have inability to pay.
Can you pull those numbers and see what this 119,000? I think that's what you requested 117 last year, I believe.
116. It was 116 something, I think, is what was offered last year.
How many counties is in this? 6? Is that
119, 643.
how much each county pays, I guess? Where are we at with what the other counties pay?
Yeah, the funding is really proportionate to need in many respects. In fact, what we've in general experienced is that, really across the board experienced, is that the funding that each county offers us doesn't equal that which we write off. When I referenced that that we establish a sliding scale fee and or even waive fees throughout the course of the year, that overall expense amount is greater than what the counties fund us.
But can you show us what each county pays?
Yeah, we could share that with you. Each county will fund a differing amount.
What's it based off of?
It's based, well, largely on need from a variety of factors, whether it's overall population or overall services rendered and or overall services waived.
Where do we stand in the 6th county right now? Do you know?
Linn County, I would say historically and presently, has more adequately funded us than the others. Now, that doesn't mean you fund us the most. Neosho County, Allen County in particular funds the most. Neosho County funds similar to Fort Scott or Bourbon County a little less than. I'd have to get the actual figures and follow up with you on that.
Okay. And do we offer the same services in Pleasanton as you offer in Iola?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
everything's the same? They
That we've
have
been-
to go to a different location to get their service, or?
Correct. We've been committed to that throughout to ensure that our services are standardized across the six counties, that any service we offer is available to all 6. And if that means we even have to have staff from one county enter into another county to provide those services while we then staff up accordingly to better meet the need, wonderful. That's one of the benefits of serving a 6-county area, is we can draw from the resources of the other 5.
Are you able to tell us how many people just Linn County uses, or I guess, where's the next closest facility at?
Next closest to here would be Fort Scott. And also we have facilities in Garnett and Iola, Humboldt, Yates Center, Chanute. And we want to, another point I would want to emphasize is that we want and need really to expand our services within Linn County beyond the Pleasanton area, and welcome your feedback on where and how we can achieve that. For example, we have services in school settings whereby in Prairie View, we now have both a therapist and case managers that are actively planted in the schools and
Does the
readily
school
available.
pay anything on that?
Do they pay?
Yeah, do they pay anything on that portion of the people in the building?
They don't pay us directly. What they graciously do is offer up space and create space for us. And otherwise, the way in which we then get paid is through, if they have insurance, we process that. If they don't, then we base our fees on the sliding scale structure that I've described. However, as it pertains to the community-based services, those tend to be waived altogether. And that's where our county support's of great benefit to them who need that. But to my question and request, we really do recognize the benefit need to expand or place our services in other communities within Linn County.
I don't think a whole lot of people know you're in Pleasanton, truthfully. I mean, do you guys, and that's just my opinion, but like community involvement, I mean, do you guys ever do anything like that? Like parades, just things like that nature?
Yes. Yes, and more actively now than ever before. We applied for and were awarded some grants that allowed for us to hire on some prevention and promotion specialists. And with that, we've been very actively involved. I would invite you to log on to our sekmhc.org website and review all of the services we provide and the promotion and prevention services we offer. And in addition, you'll find us on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, very actively involved in that regard. Our prevention and promotion specialists are also connecting with local organizations, coalitions, and learning first and foremost what the needs are, and then bringing to the table education about how we can support those needs. And we can provide you with a list of those or the names of those individuals that would and could actively carry out that of whether it's a parade, and we've done that as well. We enjoy that, the invitations to participate in parades and share with the public who we are and what we offer.
Well, I would like to see the numbers as far as the number of people that's utilized the service in the last years, and then what our cost is and where we compare to the other counties that's in for the utilization.
Yeah, we'd gladly offer that up to you.
Okay.
We'll
And then kind of
provide you some more detailed reports in that regard.
and then whatever the 119 is going to go towards,
Sure.
Just kind of what it's going to fund, So we do, we have TRICO too, that we've funded, in the past. Do you guys ever work hand in hand with TRICO?
TRICO, yeah, we do. So expand or tell me what ways in which you would envision us working.
I don't know. I was just asking, 'cause I mean, aren't they mental health too? Or how do you guys classify that?
They're a different organization. Sometimes we would serve the same client.
I got you. Two different things.
Yeah.
What about with CHC? You guys said you work with them?
Yes. So
they have
CHC for CHC of Southeast Kansas, they are a integrated care service provider, a federally qualified health center. And their purpose is really quite similar to ours. And that is to serve those in need, even in a whole person-like way. So yes, we collaborate very actively with them. Services we offer that they don't are the community-based services that I've referenced. And the reason behind that is that those services are managed, overseen by the state, and those service codes are specific to, made available to community mental health centers such as ourselves, but not available to the CHC. That's one of the great benefits and values of us partnering with them, is that when they're serving individuals who have behavioral health needs, they will commonly refer to us because we offer services they don't. They are areas of duplication, if you will, would be that of psychiatry. We have psychiatrists on staff. They have psychiatrists on staff. And as such, we don't interfere with one another, although we do complement one another. For example, their psychiatrist we housed in our facility for well over a couple of years until such time they had a new facility built and then relocated that psychiatrist to their own facility. And so that's an example of how we work with them. And so we're commonly referring to them, they're commonly referring to us. We also have an agreement in play with them as it pertains to medication-assisted treatment for those who may be addicted to substances and now need medical support and even medication support to overcome that addiction.
So do you guys collaborate with our sheriff's department?
Yes, very closely pertaining to all things crisis. Should there ever be a need for someone to be assessed and supported, we're the 24/7 response that assesses that need and helps coordinate the inpatient admission as needed. That's a service that's near and dear to my heart, in that back in 1996 through 98, when I began with Southeast Kansas Mental Health, I served as a crisis intervention therapist. I was being called out by either law enforcement or local emergency rooms requesting I come meet with an individual to learn of how best to help them. And if what I determined was that they needed inpatient hospitalization, I helped facilitate that. I'll add to say a difference between the late 90s and now is that it would take me about 3 hours to secure hospitalization for someone that needed it. And that I could be on the phone and I could call private hospitals and or state hospitals and have that admission underway and the person on the way within, on average, about a 3-hour time frame. Today, we're lucky if we're able to achieve the same in about 3 days. And I offer great credit to law enforcement and our local hospitals and even ourselves for enduring that burden that really rests on the shoulder of the person in need. Because this is someone who's in crisis, and yet the state hospital has no bed available, or private facilities have no beds available. There's an unfortunate shortage of bed space throughout the state, and we find ourselves even admitting beyond state lines just to find a bed available for them. So law enforcement could really help tell that story that there's a significant delay in today's world in getting someone to an inpatient facility. And they bear that burden, especially because if it's someone in need of care, but they're refusing that care, and therefore would need to go to the state hospital under involuntary status, it becomes law enforcement's role to provide the protective custody, ensuring their safety until such time they can secure that inpatient treatment. And so they're sitting at their side And they're ensuring that while we're in the background actively trying to find and create a bed available. And we've then even offered to provide our own attendant care to sit at their side as well, to support the need, whether it be to sit at their side in the hospital realm or otherwise, until such time they can secure that inpatient admission.
Your employees, do you locate them across the counties with the number of cases you need in that county? Or I know you said it's interchangeable from county to county, but do you actually locate them in the county if it's a need there?
We do. We kind of proportionally staffed throughout, depending on need. And we have an increasing level of staff in Linn County and really all of our counties. And when I say staff, I more specifically mean we've increased our therapy staffing significantly within the last few years. We've increased our case management staffing and all really community-based support staffing and our crisis staffing. We now have on staff 3 devoted crisis therapists who are available full-time throughout the day and or weekends and evenings. All of our therapists.
That's at Pleasanton? Or what do we have at Pleasanton?
At Pleasanton, we have a combination of in-person therapists and telehealth, meaning televideo therapy available. We don't have a crisis therapist who, in today's world, resides at any one office. Instead, what our and the rest of the state and even nation has really gravitated toward for access and timely purposes is that of a telehealth response. So if again, I'm the client example. If I'm now at risk of harming myself or others, and the sheriff has me in their protective custody and calls Southeast Kansas Mental Health for support, the sheriff will also have at their fingertips a laptop through which our crisis therapist, whether it be Brian Cook or otherwise, would now connect with me via the televideo screen and assess my needs and then coordinate my needs in the background. Now, he may be connecting with me from any one of our offices, whether it's Pleasanton or Iola or wherever, or potentially even his own home office. And so that's really quite different in years past. However, if I'm now creating as the person in need, if I'm not responsive or the televideo communication is ineffective, then we'll arrange to come visit in the jail or wherever it might
So
be.
how many staff members do you have at Pleasanton? Do any of them live in Linn County?
Yes, I'd have to get you the numbers on the residents and those that live there versus live elsewhere. But yeah, we prefer employing local.
Roughly 45 FTEs would be housed in Linn County, but we'll get you a more accurate number.
Okay, and our staff over at Pleasanton is what? What do we have as far as staff at that facility?
We have psychiatry, therapy, case management, psychosocial groups, or psychosocial group staff, attendant care staff, parent support specialists, substance abuse staff that either.
This is telehealth, you said?
Telehealth. Yeah, well.
But I'm talking about.
No, in person.
How many people do you have employed at that location?
Roughly
45.
45 people at your mental health
that
out of Pleasanton.
The building's not very
all those
big.
positions he was talking about, promotion, prevention.
It's interesting that you talk about the telehealth. My wife was just talking to a nurse that was one, that's what they do, even
Yeah.
people there, and it can be a problem. Because
it really is. It's an interesting both benefit and challenge. Before COVID hit, we provided a balance of telepsychiatry service, but we weren't yet we provided some teletherapy and a greater percentage of telepsychiatry. And our reason for doing so is that, yes, we serve a 6-county area, but we only had 3 psychiatrists on staff. And those 3 psychiatrists, to be most effective, efficient in delivering care, did so by way of, yes, some in-person, and even traveling and providing some in-person services in Pleasanton, but also via telehealth. And we would have a nurse in Pleasanton that would support and room the patient and be readily available to help the psychiatrist wherever they might be, whether they're calling from another office, zooming in from another office. Then COVID hit, and the world went to telehealth, and by necessity. And we went to 100% telehealth. Overnight, our therapists, our case managers, all service providers transitioned to Zoom as a mode of treatment. And yes, that was a challenge, but it was also a benefit because now we were able to better access and support people who otherwise couldn't come to us physically, or we go to them physically. But now we could connect via televideo in ways that we may not have been able to otherwise. And so we now, today, post-COVID, offer a hybrid option whereby if they want to see us in person, we make that happen. If they want to see us via televideo, we have that available as well.
So on your budget, it looks like you guys were requesting 119,643.
Correct.
Is there any way we can get you to break that down and tell us how many people in Linn County you service? And what else what else that, those funds would go towards?
Sure.
How you came up with it, versus other counties. You guys got anything? Is that kind of what we're looking for?
Well, I'd like to see.
I think so.
You want us to send it?
Yeah, so if you can email it to me, I can get it out to them.
Okay.
Good.
That'd be great.
You could just be as detailed as possible. And if we pay more than another county, why? And, just to rhyme to a reason, if you could, please. We're asking it from everybody, not just you guys, just let you know.
Yeah.
So we,
Yeah, I understand.
or I am anyway, but.
In follow-up, again, one of my requests of you or the community is to better learn where we could better serve. Yes, we have a facility in Pleasanton. We've already outgrown the walls thereof. As Joe references, approximately 45 staff serve this community by way of that facility. And yet many of those staff are, I'll just say, homeless, in that we don't have enough offices in that building to place them. And as such, they are providing a community-based service or in the school settings. And yet, where might the greater need be?
Have you reached out to all the schools?
Yes. And there's is it Jaycock, Linn, or Pleasanton that's receiving a new superintendent this year? Pleasanton. Correct. And that superintendent is one that has very actively worked with us in the Schnute schools and has greatly valued the services we've provided within those schools, the therapy, the case management, and informs that that's one of his first interests, is that of having us provide services within the Pleasanton school as well.
So within the school, is it like a big brother system? You know what I'm talking about? Like up in Kansas City, they have
The Big Brother, Big Sister.
Yeah.
It's
Kind of like that.
well, the community-based providers might have a feeling in that regard, but the services we've offered in the school are that of therapists. So having a devoted therapist who resides in the school setting forms that professional level service, who can assess and treat and then refer to other types of social supports or psychosocial educational opportunities, which might feel like that of a big brother, big sister. Now, who is that big brother or big sister? It's someone who's also who might commonly have a bachelor's degree and received specialty training in behavioral health services on how best to help them achieve their treatment goals, their mental health treatment goals, and then works with them on developing the skills, whether it be the communication skills or the emotional processing skills and the like, in ways that now helps them achieve rather than continue to struggle. So again, if you even know of facilities that we could look at as a potential office, we could provide more services in other areas, we'd welcome that feedback from you. So, otherwise, we'll be looking to either expand in the form of building to better meet the needs, or again, renovating existing facilities where there may be needs. Well, thank you all very much. Appreciate your time and contributions, and most importantly, those that we serve appreciate that, because they're in dire need, and that's very meaningful.
Thank you.
Nate,
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, guys.
We have about 20 minutes till our scheduled person's coming in. I know Darren's got a little bit of something, I think, for you today. Sean was needing 5 minutes of legal, and Gary needed
Several
some.
things I need to cover with you. If I go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
This first thing is just a application for construction, demolition, dumping assistance. The applicant is Dale Friedline from down at Prescott. They had applied, a year and a half ago or so, but the process they were working on fell apart, so they weren't able to do that building demolition at that time. They're now prepared to do it, and so they're applying again because it's been over a year since they applied, and we make some limitations.
Are they already doing it? Are they cleaning up? Is it the same property that has a bunch of dumpsters on it that they're cleaning up too?
I don't think so.
Here's the pictures of it.
So is he approved by the city, or I mean, why?
I think the original plan was for the city to do the demo.
Was my understanding,
And
but
the
that's
city
been a
decided-
year ago.
They decided they couldn't do it, and so now he's having it done himself.
Typically, would we get involved in something like this?
Yeah,
We do
we do it all the time.
for individual.
Yeah.
Dumping fees is what you're saying.
I'm sorry?
Reduced dumping
It's
fees.
reduced fees. Yeah, we're not providing any
Oh, okay.
containers or any hauling. We're just reducing the dumping fee. They're paying for all the demo and the containers and the haul
Gotcha.
from whoever they're working with.
Now, the tires, do they pay for the tires on this deal, when they, on this, do they pay for the tires?
That would be whatever your reduction of commentary on that form dictated.
So you could say, give them a fee reduction, except that they gotta pay for the tires.
Well,
How many of these do we do a year? Do you know of?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think
Half a dozen.
I'd have to look. I think last year we done maybe 5 or 6. This is only the first one this year.
Is it pretty typical for counties to waive fees like that for dumping for
Well,
individuals?
yeah, I mean, it's not unusual. It's always been the way it's been. We have a policy in place that says that that's what we'll do. Now, if you want to change that policy, of course you can. But, most counties don't have their own landfill like we do. I mean, some do, but most of them contract everything out.
So now if the city orders a house to be demolished, do we waive the fees on that too?
If they apply, yeah.
So that's actually going in our landfill, but like I'm saying with the tires and things where we have to spend money to
Right.
do that extra, I don't see the.
So you would just make your motion that you would waive the landfill fees except for the tire fees.
And then we also provide dumpsters for city cleanup too, right?
Yes.
Once a year or? The only reason I'm asking that is because I know that we're getting ready to look in that entire program, so just making sure we're covering all the bases on everything we're doing too, so. And Joe, you say we have a policy on it, this is what we typically do, and
We have a written policy and we've done it for a number of years. I think the commissioners at the time that established the policy felt that this helped all the towns look better, and clean up, and maybe it would contribute to growth and so forth.
Is it, you guys good with it?
I'm good with it, except for the tires myself. I think that just opens the door for us to get a bunch of stuff.
I think that's a good point, Jim.
So should we do like the tire, or exclude tires and hazardous material, or?
You can put it whatever conditions you want on the motion you make.
Gary, can't we change that form if they just want to make that an across the board
I think
deal?
that would be fine if you want to do that on all from now on.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Sean, how do you feel? I mean, do you feel like it's for Al down
I
there?
think that's more than reasonable. What you're essentially being asked to waive is construction and demolition.
And see, tires are not really.
Tires, not household waste. Those things can be addressed in citywide cleanups.
Yeah, how often does it get thrown into the mix and just thrown out there though? I mean, is it pretty typical for that to happen?
I would have to talk to Alan guys to find out, but if you waive construction and demolition material that can be landfill only, then they will manage that out there and make sure that, any of those materials aren't dropped off in other places, that would incur us an extra cost to get rid of. And I think this has come about because of your limitations that you placed on these waivers. When they contacted us and said, hey, we've got a waiver, we're ready to go, the landfill told them you better call here because that waiver is no good anymore. So this is the first one where you've set those limitations on how long these waivers are good for, that someone has come back to us and said, well, we've got a waiver, we have to explain those waivers are not in-depth.
And we're still verifying exactly where it's coming from, just like, throughout the year, if somebody brings it, that we're still signing off that that is from that building.
We're by that time limitation on it and restricting, we're trying to assure, and we're sending people out to review and look at that so that we assure ourselves that the material is coming from where it's supposed to be coming.
And I think they actually physically inspect the loads, don't they? Make sure there's no non-CD material in there.
The loads are brought, and depending on how the person's going to carry it, is it a roll off, is it a truck, it's going to be dumped. But if they start seeing other materials that are outside the permit,
They'll reject them and.
they'll reject it and it'll have to go back.
Okay.
And on the citywide cleanup stuff, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they set different dumpsters for different materials. So on the citywide cleanups, that material's separated, and I think they only allow so many tires
But
to be brought.
do we accept them for free? No charge to nobody?
That's what we've been doing in the past, I think, isn't it, Sean?
Yes, there's a tire limitation for citywide cleanup, and I could be wrong. I think it's going to be like 200 tires, which is a extreme amount. It may be a little more, a little less.
I personally don't see why we take the tires myself for free.
But that's something on the citywide cleanup stuff that we'll have to address. But I know there's a limitation on the number. I cannot quote you that number right kit, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I don't know what it
So
is
and
either.
that's the same with like paint and stuff. We take all that too during citywide.
No. If it's dumped in a hopper, obviously it's gonna come to us. But we do not intentionally do household hazardous waste at citywide. It is not our intent. Can I say that we don't show up, pick up stuff and find it there? I can't answer that, but Al and I have discussed the fact that citywide cleanup is not the time to start managing household hazardous waste. It's just not.
So how does that work? Do we just place a dumpster in each town, and then they fill it up, you said do we go around and pick everything up?
We drop the dumpsters, we pick the dumpsters back up. Biggest issue is some of these locations do not have a gate to keep illegal dumping at night while those dumpsters are sitting there. And some of these locations don't have a person there on the ground to go, that material goes here, that material goes here. And so we end up picking up something that we have to invest time in to separate. So that's why I think that's something we need to look at that policy and look towards doing a few alterations to it in the future.
And when do they start doing that?
The last citywide is already done, so we have until essentially the spring to get that, any changes we want done to that.
Do you like that? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think that'll work. I think we just need to figure out across the board what we'll take, what we won't take, and just make it clear that that's the end of it.
And you'll have to hold the cities responsible for that, because we're not gonna
Right.
post somebody up there to.
Yeah, I agree, but it's, at the end of the day, we're out there separating their trash if it shouldn't be there, which.
Well, what I'm saying is, let's say you make it clear what the policy is, because tell the cities they're responsible. And then if a load shows up that doesn't comply, you say, sorry, boys, we're not taking this load. You're gonna have to sort it yourselves, and then we'll come get it.
That makes me do it. It's all free, right?
Yeah, we don't charge you for any
No
of it.
charge, nothing, right?
No. And then on the dump fee assistance, I can rewrite it that says hazardous waste, tires not accepted, or accepted but paid at your cost.
Do you guys feel like the policy needs to be reviewed?
I do.
Sean, you guys good with that?
I'm more than agreeable with that, and then the citywide policy, we can come to you with, the biggest issue we had recently, at one of the cities where the dumpsters were not behind a fence, and we got a bunch of tires dumped on us in the middle of the night, and I mean a lot, like 3 dumpsters full. So, that's something we need to look at, and it may be a discussion we need to have as to whether or not we ask the cities if you can't provide us a place to keep these from getting dumped in at night, or someone to sit with them during your citywide, then you have your citizens put it at the curb and you bring it to us. We give you the free dump, but you bring it to us as you pick it up at the curb, because just setting the roll-offs there and getting whatever thrown in them is not a good program to cost us. I think there needs to be a little investment on both our parts. We're paying for the service, but I still think to facilitate this going forward, there needs to be a discussion at your level about what do we ask back from them so it doesn't cause us more grief.
I agree. So with that, we'll work on that then, the policy. I'll make a motion that we approve the application to reduce these dump fees at 415 East Walnut and Prescott. We're just reducing the fees and we're not gonna accept tires. and
Okay.
Hazardous material.
Without them paying for
Yep.
it. I'll second it.
Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about, is just a couple clarifications I need.
Do I sign this anywhere?
I think he signs it.
Yeah, you signed it. I don't sign it.
We talked last week, Darren brought you a copy of some proposed nuisance regulations that would apply specifically to the lake areas. And I wasn't clear if it's your intent for us to go ahead and put that into a resolution or not. I think we discussed it a little bit, but I don't think it was thoroughly discussed. So I just need some direction if you want that worked on or not.
Well, I don't feel that, with what's going on with the lake resorts around and things, I think we're stepping off in something we don't need to step off into. You know, they can make their own regulations as far as what's going on in there, and we're stepping off in something that I don't think, where do we stop at? Who's gonna police it?
I'm not going to argue with you, Jay. I will say that was our position 10 years ago, is that we're just not going to regulate anything in the lake areas. They got their own thing. The commissioners began moving in a different direction a number of years ago. And so that's why our momentum has been that direction. And so if you're going to reverse that momentum, I'm fine with that. We just need to know it so that we're not.
I mean, they're taxpayers as well. You know, does it not benefit us to have some of these things in place that are going to keep them growing? And I mean, that's where we see the majority of our taxpayer growth and things that way is from those areas.
Why do we have to regulate it for them though?
We do everywhere else.
Where?
Throughout the county.
Where?
Throughout the entire county. Don't we? Do we not have nuisance regulations throughout the entire county?
Yes.
I've seen one on 1200 road that, we went for a long time till went to codes courts. If it wouldn't have been a neighbor buying it and got it cleaned up, we probably still wouldn't have it cleaned up. You know where I'm talking about, Gary?
Yeah.
Well, how many times did we go to codes court over that deal?
That's where he's burning the trailers, you know.
Yeah, only the one time we had him in court that I'm aware of.
It took a while to get it processed. That's true. And they often do. But another thing to make note of is that we only typically deal with complaints. I mean, we don't go around hunting for things to enforce, and we wouldn't in these lakes either if we passed this. But
If we go out for complaints, why don't we just continue it that way then? I mean, if that's the way.
And we can't.
Why did we need to set it up to where we start going looking?
So
that's not what this is doing, Jim.
they report
What's
to
the
the HOA,
difference
right?
then of where we're at now then, Gary?
Because the difference is our regulations now are envisioning large tracts of land, an acre, 5 acres, 100 acres, where on these lake developments and in Centerville and the other small towns that aren't incorporated, we're talking about, small lots, and what you can allow on an acre or 5 acres or 10 acres is just a lot different than what you can allow on
A quarter acre.
a quarter acre when you got dozens of quarter acres right together there. That's the only adjustment this is making, is that it's adjusting our expectations in terms of what they can do on those lots without being in violation.
Well, who come up with this? Where did this come from? I mean, the planning and zoning didn't talk about it. I mean, where did this come from?
So since we have the new zoning district for the residential lake communities, they've asked about situations like this,
Who has?
the lake communities.
So will it go to like their HOA and then they'll bring it to you as a nuisance? Is that,
Yes.
so they're not, individuals ain't gonna be complaining about each other, right? I mean,
No, it doesn't stop them from calling the county and asking, but I always ask them if they filed the complaint with the HOA and what the HOA has done about it before then.
I just don't feel with what we're into with one right now that we need to step off in this myself, but.
Well, all I need is.
I think they're tax-paying residents of the county just like everybody else.
But like I said before, this year I've done probably 30 cases, have resolved probably 22 or 23 out of court, and we've got 6 or 7 in court right now. But if they call with the complaint, I think it could be resolved before we're out there abating a property and spending that kind of money.
I didn't get a chance to read it. I saw it come in, but I didn't get a chance to read it all, so I'm just looking over it.
Well, we'll not do anything else until you guys tell us to. How about that? I think I just want to make sure that you were thinking on it and you understand it's in your lap right at this point.
Okay.
Fill me in one more time, Gary, so I'm on the same page.
I'm sorry?
What is it? This is
okay, when we redid our zoning, we created a new zone district that we didn't have before. That was for the lake communities and the small unincorporated towns like Centerville.
Centerville, Katniss.
So they're zoned a little differently than the rest of the county. This is a proposed revision to the nuisance regulations to acknowledge the fact that there is a different zone there and that they're zoned differently, and to adjust the nuisance regulations to fit what they're allowed to do, to fit having those tiny lots and so forth.
So in the county, you're allowed to have how many vehicles?
5 vehicles or parts thereof is how the
Disabled
nuisance,
vehicles.
right, is how it reads right now.
But in the past, we don't include the lakes as the county.
Well,
We do.
I mean, let's say we're enforcing this equally everywhere, which we have been trying to do. That means in every lake lot, you could have 5 vehicles,
Disabled vehicles.
these disabled vehicles. And I don't care if they do, but a lot of people feel like that's too much.
We've got, and like next to where I live at Cadmus, we've got, a building that's ran down and what is it, 6 to 10 moving vans sitting there at Cadmus that haven't moved for 30 years, 40 years.
Why hasn't something been done about that? If that's in the county, then I guess is what I'm asking. If that's the case with that,
It's
there,
not-
with the way
it's
it's
not.
set up. Why haven't we done something about that? If that's countywide, why hasn't that been taken care of?
So,
I have not received a complaint about it.
okay.
So you don't just go out and be looking for properties that have more than 5 cars.
No.
Just deal with
I
it.
mean, but why make the rule then? That's what I'm saying. That's why we're gonna make the rule. I mean, if we're not enforcing that rule, it's.
We enforce it whenever there's a complaint filed. I mean, if we went out,
Wait until the complaint's filed again and go on. That's the way I feel.
if we went out and actively
If we
looked
don't have a
for all
rule.
these,
To come
We've
back
already got it. You just said we've already got it.
at 5 for those, for the county, you think they should just be the same all the way across?
It's not our place to go into that private property and decide that they made the homeowners association. We didn't. They can do their own rules, right, Gary?
they have their own regulations that govern that.
So why do we have to govern it for them? Because I'm saying we can't go in and tell them that if they're speeding on the roads.
No.
Or we can't stop them from tearing the gates down. I mean.
But we give them trash service, they pay taxes. I mean, they don't get free land, right? I mean, they pay
They
taxes.
pay property taxes, sure.
So I feel like I don't really like how we just exclude them from the county anyway, pretty much. I mean, like the whole dust control thing, I've had multiple people call me and want dust control. There was one guy at Tanglewood that wanted it, and I guess we don't do it inside the lakes.
Inside private property. Just like we wouldn't come do your, if you got a long driveway up to your house, we wouldn't come do that. Well, it's just an issue that we need some direction on, I guess, one way or the other. If you want to move away from enforcing our zoning codes in the lake developments, we can do that. Like I say, that's the way it was for many years.
That's not where I want to go.
I had something else I wanted to, if I could read my notes here. Oh, yeah. We also had talked about, this is probably going to be controversial too. We talked about, revising our policy, our program relating to the solid waste transfer stations in each of the cities, making some changes in that. And Sean felt that we came away from our last discussion with some instruction to develop a contract. I wasn't sure that we had that instruction that clearly. And I needed some direction for you. You want us to develop, because all the contracts with the cities have expired. And we've talked about making some changes. And I just need you to direct me so I know whether to work on developing a new contract or not.
I mean, what, the last contract was 1976, I think they said.
Yeah, they've all basically expired.
And we hold, can you explain why this would be a good idea? Because we hold license, et cetera. I mean, right?
We hold the permit on each one of those sites as a satellite to the permit that we hold at the solid waste transfer station in Prescott. And at this point, there is a joint effort between the cities or lakes and us, but they have limited maintenance or no maintenance responsibility at some sites. They have limited responsibility for the equipment, and they have no permit requirement or responsibility for their sites. Some of them would like to move the sites. Some of them would like to clean the sites or do other things. And if they were the permit holders on that, and we were simply providing the recycle and waste containers and picking those up under an agreement, but they held the permit for the site, they would have more flexibility and control of the site itself. And there's also some cost related to maintaining that facility or equipment that the county pays that we need to look at going forward and determining what we do in the future with that. I'd like to sit down with Gary and draw something up so you could look at those each individual details, bring it back to you and have you adjust the windage on it going forward with that contract. But obviously the agreements are so outdated and old that we need to address it anyway. I think Gary and I can put something together and you can then give us direction on it and tell us how you'd like to change it. And then we could push it out to the cities at our next and lakes at our next meeting. And we have all the information to show them how to get the permits and how to move those. Those permits typically would be late spring, early summer. So we've got time before that next permit cycle to work on this and get them caught up with any changes on those before that next permit cycle happens.
So I think last year, the year before, we spent quite a bit of money remodeling like Blue Mounds shelter house, I guess is what you want to call it, right?
The control or the office area for the controller, yes, we remodeled Lacine. And I say remodel, we did some work. Those buildings are our responsibility along with the compactor equipment that controls pushing the material into the containers. And I think if we separated those responsibilities, gave the sites and the equipments to the city along with the permits, and then we agreed to pick up those containers as they were properly loaded, that it would be cleaner. As I said, a couple of the sites wanted to either move the location or change the nature of the site, which changes the permit. And if they work directly with the state to do that, and I'm not saying these changes are necessarily a bad change, they're trying to keep the facility clean and neat. I think they could work directly with the state on their adjusting their sites to meet their specific needs, and we could work on simply picking up the material, paying for the transportation of the material, and for the disposal of the material.
how you gonna determine when you go back to the cities like this? So if, say I wanna go to Pleasanton and dump, then what happens then? If you got the cities paying for it, I'm a Mountain City rural resident, I dump at Pleasanton.
It don't matter. We charge tax, or there's a levy on it anyway, isn't it? I
So-
mean, countywide.
One thing I wanted to bring up with that discussion is a caution going down that road is the cost and who's gonna pay for it. Right now, like proposed budget for solid waste for next year is 700 and some thousand, that neighborhood. That's part of our general fund. There's also a fair amount of money that comes in that we collect in fees down there. But if you look at it, it's probably costing us a couple of mills on our taxes, or maybe just under 2 mills. So at the moment, just as an example, if it's 2 mills, for me living here in town, the property I have, that costs me in the neighborhood of $40 to $50 a year that I'm paying for solid waste. With that, I can dump my trash down here at the compactor. I can drive it to Prescott or go to another compactor if I want to. If you push more cost off on the cities, I think you're going to get to a point where cities are going to have to levy more money to pay their share, which is going to tax the people that live in the cities, but not the ones out in the country. And then what happens, say the compactor at Mound City, are they going to limit that to Mound City
So I
residents?
say, right now, it's a happening, there's
That's a
people coming from different
consideration.
places.
Hey,
And I would guess that I'd end up paying a whole lot more than 2 mills to have the city pay for that compactor than the county.
And the guy living in the county or at the lake development won't be paying anything.
Right. But just something to consider on how those are rewritten and how it's going to affect different people around the county.
and
And
that is a question that we've had at some of these locations, people coming from out of county. I mean, Parker's right there on the line. And they had questions about people coming across the line and dumping. And a lot of lake communities, it can't be something you regulate by your license plate per se with a Linn County tag, because a lot of your weekenders at the lake communities don't have Linn County tags.
Push button anyway, right?
And so it is a multi-level conversation, and that's why I'm saying Gary and I can work on it, bring it back to you, and we can have these discussions, but I'd like to get just a basic blueprint so we can go line by line on it and not try to eat the whole horse at one time.
I feel like we need to have a policy in place so that we know who's responsible for what and everything that way with them, with us, instead of something that was built back in 1976. That's where I lean.
If we incur the cost, like David's saying, and we continue that, but we move the permitting over for the actual sites to them, you're talking about a permit fee each year and things, but we can line those things out to where we can bring those back, have that discussion and cross those things out. But the big thing that we're looking at is to have more than a discussion and start going down a path to get these.
We asked, everybody came in here and sat down, and we asked everybody to give you guys feedback, and nobody's ever reached out to you, right?
I don't think we've had anybody reach out to us in writing or anything of that nature. I have had discussions with city maintenance personnel and with a few of the cities, just questioning where we're at with it and what our next step is.
I think we need a defined policy in place so that we have clear expectations from their side towards us and from us towards them.
If we have a blueprint and a document that we can take to our next city, county, and lake community meeting, I think we can get the answers and the feedback from them, but we're going to have something in the ballpark to have that discussion.
Can we make it to where they're responsible to get the permit that we pay it, continue paying it for it out of the county? I mean,
We can do however you
where
want.
they're responsible,
Yeah.
that they have the.
That would, I think that would work. I don't know. I'm not sure how much that would really save us, in terms of,
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is pretty soon we're gonna just keep dumping this on the cities, and this isn't a city deal.
right. I'm fine with that. I guess frankly, my question is, what's the problem with them working under our permit? I mean,
The only issues that we've had is, at one site, our permit spells out very specific things such as fencing or the site itself. In an effort to clean up, one of these sites, a fence was taken down. Now, we guarantee for wind and things to keep the trash contained within that area, and it specifically spells out what type of fence is supposed to be there on that site. If a city wants to adjust the aesthetics or location of that site, I'm not for sure we should dictate to them how they control that site, because the work that was done was not intended to do anything other than make a much more pleasant site and make it much more appealing and clean it up. So I think they should have some control and buy-in on how each one of them, because in the different cities and lake locations, if you go to these sites, there are different levels of care and management and care for the facility. I think it may encourage some of them to do a better job at their sites, and others to give them the freedom to do the things that they like at those sites and control them without incurring the cost.
So right now, they just pay for the person, if there's a person on site, they pay for that person, right?
Right. And in some cases, they do some work on their own buildings. Not all of them, but I know Pleasanton has in the past.
We not only have had some do that, but we've had some do maintenance as far as mowing and weed eating. At each one of these sites, there's no matter who is responsible for it, at each one of these sites, each one of these cities or lakes have done different things regardless of what the contract says or whose responsibility, in an effort to make sure that it was their site and they had some personal stake into it. And we appreciate all their help, but what I'm saying as far as the permitting goes is it would give them direct contact with the state. There'd be no confusion about who to go to, and it also allows them, because the permit has the hours of operation, if a lake community or a city wanted to change the hours of operation on their permitting process, they don't need our permission. They work directly with the state.
Some of them.
They set their own hours.
So they set the hours already.
But the big advantage that I see is, like Jim said, if we would let the city do the permit, you're saying that keeps us from having to try to enforce the state's regulations on the cities.
On the cities, and
That's the big thing.
we don't want to dictate their hours of operations. We don't want to dictate how they maintain the site. But if the permit is held by us and they change anything, we're responsible for complying with that permit. If they work directly with the state, they can adjust their site and their hours of operation and everything the way they individually want it to work. And all we have is an agreement to take these materials from their permitted site to our permitted site.
I know, like back in the day, Pleasanton was all about trying to move their trash compactor out of their baseball fields. Would we be responsible to move wherever they wanted and give them phase 3 electricity, or how? I mean, how?
No, that'd be their deal. I think what I'm hearing from the commissioners, or maybe not all, but what I think I hear you say, let's let them do the permit. Let's let them control where their site is and how their site is maintained. But we would be doing the hauling and carrying all that expense.
And the compactor itself and the
compactor itself, yeah.
Yeah.
We own the equipment.
Yeah.
And we'll haul the trash off. You guys take care of what.
Yeah, that's
But
sort of a step back from where we originally.
Like, do we own the equipment in all the sites?
Yeah.
Well, all of the city sites, we own the equipment. The lake sites, we don't.
And that I'd have to refer to Gary, because that predates me.
Yeah.
These agreements predate me.
Tanglewood or Linn Valley, which is a city, we don't own that equipment. Their POA does. Tanglewood, the POA owns it. Sugar Valley, the POA owns it. We haul it, but they own it. All the cities, we own it and maintain
But
it.
that was added on after the first, I mean, those situations was.
They evolved later.
And they wanted it, so they said they would buy the equipment.
Yeah, they said,
Who maintains it in those situations?
Yeah,
They do.
We don't go fix it for them?
Huh?
We don't go fix it, push buttons or
I don't
anything?
think so. Pretty sure that that's their equipment, they're responsible
We're
for.
just hauling it off.
And that's why I'm saying we need to have that policy individualized for each one so that we're not
Yeah. I have,
doing things other than what
Yeah.
we're supposed to be doing.
and I'm just saying that I don't want to develop something that's not consistent with what you guys want and then make it look like I'm trying to push something.
I think we're
I'm
all,
not.
I mean, are we all on the same page? I mean,
I'm all for, as far as doing that to where they maintain their site.
Okay.
The only difference would be now we're giving them $200 to $300 a month to,
Yeah, we've got different amounts on different cities depending on
but that's basically in there somewhere that's what we give them a month to help pay for their phones and whatever.
the old
So it's not like
agreements. It was, I think a lot of the idea, and again, those agreements go back before I was working here too, but I think a lot of the idea when it went in place was that would help them pay an employee that was there running it. So, but it was different on different cities, and I think it was probably based on how many hours they were gonna be open, and how much trash we thought we'd have
They
there.
pay the electric and the phone now, do they?
We pay,
I believe we pay utility and phone
Phone, yeah.
on certain sites, yeah.
Maybe not all of them.
but I know we've got, like 3 of the cities
We have
at
to have
one
a-
price and 3
we
others
have to
at
have a phone
another.
on site?
I don't think that's even necessary anymore.
Why would we have a phone now in this day?
Probably the only landline there is in the county.
I guess for safety is what they're thinking. But everybody's got a cell phone in their pocket now, so.
Well, and I think part of that, and I could be completely wrong, but I think part of that was public access to call the site to see if it was open, that there would be communication directly to that site for the cities and communication back and forth from the location. So it may be an outdated system. I couldn't speak to all of that.
Probably the lake lots don't have the phone system anyway. I mean, the lakes lots, I guess they could leave it up to them and let them decide themselves, couldn't they?
The lakes have a unique situation where their fencing, except for Sugar Valley, I know Linn Valley, before it became a city, and Tanglewood, their fencing is the outer perimeter fencing of their lake community. So it's restrictive from there and forward. So I don't think any of those lake communities physically have a person at those sites. They come in, they dump what they dump during the open hours of operation, and they're restricted by their HOA.
Now, what happens at Centerville, because Centerville's,
It's a different situation. It's a county-owned site.
Yeah.
But Centerville,
The employee.
so we pay everything there, so.
We pay
continue
everything.
Paying it then, I mean, is that?
yeah, we would continue on that. I'm pretty sure, because there's no Centerville government. They're not an
It'd
entity.
be like the landfill operation, kind
It
of.
would be just an extension of the landfill operation, basically.
So on the rest of them, are we thinking that we let them maintain their shelters?
Let them buy their own license and maintain their shelter, and we provide the equipment and the hauling. If that's the direction you want us to go in terms of
Did you
drafting.
say something about paying for the permitting each year too? Is it, did you say
Well,
that?
what I said is, I mean, if we paid for the permit, I mean, I don't know how you guys felt, but if we paid for it and made them get it, I don't know, what's the permit cost?
Several $100s, but I believe it's below 5 for each site, but I'd have to check. It may be.
What I'm saying is, I don't know that we should put that on them being, where they're out there, where everybody in the rural community is still using it too. I don't feel that we probably ought to put it on the cities.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
If they're doing buildings, the other thing would be site maintenance, mowing and weed control
Yeah, I think
to discuss who, and at this point, the mowing and sending somebody out to spray it, if you're going to have them do the building maintenance and we just maintain the equipment, it may be prudent to tell them to keep the site maintenance to themselves as well for weed control. And
Well, I think some of them mow it anyway, right?
yes, even in places where they're not obligated to, we've got assistance from them.
Well, this gives us a sense of what you want, so we can draft at least an outline and get it back to you. That's what I was hoping for.
Okay.
The only other thing I've got for you guys is that, I know we have an executive session on legal with Sean, and then I need to 10-minute legal executive session in addition to that.
You Patty? Are you in a hurry or can we go?
Go ahead and let her.
Okay, well, yeah, come on up and tell us who you are and what you got going on. Sorry about that. We're just,
Sandy Warren. I'm with Southeast Kansas Incorporated. I thank you for your membership. It was founded in 1957 by a group of businessmen in 12 counties to promote economic development. Now our focus has completely changed. We are housing, CTE, career technical education, workforce development, housing, and childcare. And we have formed a housing coalition, and we meet. We're having a conference November 14th and 15th in Independence, Kansas. And we're hoping, we're asking Darcy, we're going to ask her to come for our rural champion for housing from Linn County. And I think there's another one in the state besides Darcy. And to come talk to us and present. And I just wanted you all to know what we were doing.
Okay.
And if any of you would like to come, there's going to be, there'll be a whole group of people talking, but April Nutt is a housing developer in, whatever the term is for counties, in Independence, Kansas. And she knows all about the programs that you can get to stack to be able to get moderate income housing.
Okay.
And it's just going to be.
so you know Jessica and Darcy then?
Yeah, Jessica. Jessica's on our housing board.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of stuff I forget
Yeah.
sometimes.
And I've not met Darcy yet.
I think we met
Okay,
at a meeting or
okay. Yeah, yeah. So
Sounds great.
I just appreciate you guys' participation in this. And I'm going to every county commission meeting and just presenting this so they know what we're up to.
We appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you, Patty.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Have a good day.
Bye. Mine was live.
So we got executive session we got 5 minutes,
For sure.
Sean wanted 5, Gary wanted, I think it was 10
both legal.
for legal. And after that, the only other things I had on there were if we needed any more discussion on building projects, and then I've got some budget issues still to talk to you about.
I'll make a motion that we go in executive session for 10 minutes with Gary for legal and then another 5 with Sean for legal for a total of 15.
I'll second.
Motion been moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
You want Sean to come on in and get his out of the way first?
Yeah, let's do that. Old dents and things in it, they're just, but I don't haul much in the way of loose stuff or anything. I'll put some plywood in there or something once in a while, but, you know, I gave up doing any hard work a long time ago.
Process of looking at stepping in the big old hole.
Yeah, I step in that hole every once in a while, too.
Probably on city.
Might be. All right, I got a recommendation I want to go through with the commissioners. There have been 2 employee grievances filed against the Board of County Commissioners. Because the grievances are confidential matters, I can't go into detail about what they contain. While these are technically separate grievances, they grow out of the same incident. Both grievances are aimed at one of the commissioners, and one of the grievances is filed by another commissioner's wife. And so it's my advice that both commissioners are going to need to recuse themselves from action on these matters. Now, here's what our policy book says. It says that when a grievance reaches the commission, they have the following options. 1, act as a grievance board, do the investigation and make findings. 2, appoint a disinterested investigative officer to do the investigation, make findings, and bring them back a recommendation. Or 3, if a commissioner is unable to participate for any reason, the board may appoint another elected official to sit on the grievance board if that official was not directly involved in the matter. Those are the 3 options. In the past, it has been the practice of the commission to ask the county clerk and myself to do the investigation and to bring recommendations to the board. In the present case, for various reasons, 2 of the commissioners have conflicts, making it impossible for them to serve on the grievance board or do the investigations. And David Lamb, the county clerk, and I both may potentially be witnesses in the matter. So I have this recommendation to make. I recommend the commission authorize the county clerk as the chief personnel officer to retain an outside firm to investigate the grievances and make recommendations to a grievance board. Second, I recommend that they authorize the creation of a special grievance board, which would be different than our normal policy. A special grievance board made up of the remaining county commissioner who is not conflicted out and 2 elected officials who are not involved in the matter. 3, authorize the special grievance board to receive the results of the investigation and take any necessary steps allowed under the personnel policy and as recommended by the investigator. And 4, to acknowledge that henceforth both Mr. Johnson and Mr. Hightower are recusing themselves from further action on these grievances. That's my recommendation to you, commissioners. It's up to you to decide what you want to do.
So authorize the county clerk to retain 2 elected county officials. You guys good with that? David, you good with that?
Mm-hmm.
Jim, you good with that?
Who gets to pick it?
Dave.
Sorry?
Huh? Who picks the 2?
David.
If he's a conflicted person, how can he pick the 2?
He's not conflicted in the sense that he's involved with the thing. He's conflicted in the sense that he is a witness.
Oh, so how can he pick the 2 then if he's a witness?
He just sets up.
Well, if you have another idea,
You're the one coming up with them.
I just made a recommendation based on what the policy says and how we would have to adjust it under this
So
situation.
Danny's not involved. Danny could pick the other
Danny
2.
picked the other 2. It's fine
Does
with
that
me.
suit you?
He's not conflicted either. Everybody's involved. Everybody's involved there. This has been going on quite some time, Gary.
But this is pertaining.
It just didn't happen. We talked about this before this situation was set up multiple times.
Did you not reach out to the Attorney General and ask for input on it?
I did. They said that there is no violation of law involved in how things are going. They said that if we had any question about whether it violated any state ethical constraints, that we had to contact the State Board of Ethics, which I have sent them a letter, but I haven't heard back from them.
Okay.
Well, as far as the grievance board, I mean, what if we took all the elected officials' names, put it in a hat, and we drew, and then we asked them if they want to be involved, and if they did, they did. If they don't, we move on to the next guy. Not fair?
Whatever you want to do.
You're looking for two, and I think you're down to four other elected officials that aren't directly involved, so.
County attorney, the sheriff, the register of
Treasurer.
deeds, and the treasurer. Those are the four people that would be your.
We need one of you guys.
How they're chosen, whatever you guys do, but that's who's left that's not involved directly.
I feel that'd be the fairest way, maybe. Try that.
I'm good with that.
So, David, you want to reach out? Jim, you good with that?
You guys are in charge.
But we got to move forward somehow, right? I mean, we got to do.
Do we? We just kick the can down the road a lot of times. We've kicked it down the road quite a ways.
I don't know what you're referring to. We're talking about the grievance.
Really. I'm talking about kicking the can down the road.
So
All right, I'll make a motion that we authorize the county clerk to retain an outside investigator experienced in these type of investigations, authorize Danny McCullough to recruit 2 elected county officials to serve with him on a special grievance board, and authorize the special grievance board to receive the investigation and make the final decision regarding the grievances. Acknowledging that Jim and I must not be involved.
And the way I would recruit would be to put a few names in a hat and draw it out and ask them if they want to do it. And if they don't, we'll try the next guy. And if we can't get it there, then we'll come back and talk about it. And I think that's fair, right? I'll second that motion. Motion been moved and second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 2-1.
Jason, I've had multiple people ask me this week, it's, you made 2 statements last week, but I didn't get my guy. And, the other one was that, the direction I was headed with the county. Could you answer them for them? Because I don't know what she's talking about. I've had multiple people ask me them 2 things. Who's my guy and what direction was I headed with the county that you run to stop?
So what I was implying with your guy is I believe that you put us into the interviews for the shop foreman with intent to pursue a specific person
Who's
with
my
that
guy?
role.
You said it. You just said my guy. Who is it?
You know who I'm talking about.
You say it. You said, you made the comment, and that's what people want to know. Who's my guy?
Well, you know who your guy is.
No, I don't. I don't know.
Okay. And then the direction that I'm talking about with the county is, so we have problems, but we don't really fix the problems. We try to play,
That's right.
we try to place blame here or there.
That's right where we're at right now.
Right.
Yeah. We didn't fix it. We changed our rules for you. We changed our flow chart for you.
And it doesn't correspond with your agenda. Is that what the problem is?
We changed the flow chart the way the county operation is because of you.
How?
Because we changed where Jessica was. We put her under Sean. Did we not, Gary? We changed our flow chart to satisfy the commission. He was elected. I understand that. And I don't have a problem with that. But why did we change the flow chart of the way the county operates because of who got elected? Did we not change it, Gary?
Yeah, the policy says that an employee cannot report directly to a relative.
Exactly. But we changed it because of that.
And Jessica at that time was reporting directly to the commissioners. And so the commissioners at that time, this is before Jason was on the board.
I understand.
But after he'd won the primary, the commissioners at that time, in anticipation of this.
No, that's because of you. That's the direction you gave us. It wasn't because of us. It was because of you.
I told the commissioners at that time that they had a problem. This would be a way to solve that problem.
No, you told us that's what we had to do.
Well, there's not very many times I make the Board of Commissioners do anything.
You told us, and that's what you told us we had to do.
I didn't realize I was that powerful.
No. But if you want to answer your questions now as far as who my guy is, because I'd like to know. And there's multiple.
You already know.
I'm just saying, this is ridiculous, is what I say. If we're not gonna discuss any more county stuff, I'm gonna make a motion that we adjourn, because I'm tired of it, listening to it. I listened to it in Florida and it was a joke, so.
Still have some budgets I need to talk about.
Oh. David, you wanna go ahead?
I sent some information out on budgets last week again. I had presented, I think there were 8 budgets last week that we didn't take any action on, or you didn't take any action on. One of those I've got a revised amount for this week. And then I also have the employee benefit budget prepared for you to look at this time. That was the last one of the budgets I work on that I hadn't sent out yet. So I have contingency and employee benefit that I had ready for today. So there are copies of contingency. And then I have copies of employee benefit with some information along with it. And then I'd be glad to go through and explain some of the numbers and how I got to that point. And I may not have a copy of that with me. It doesn't look like it. Let's put too much together.
Gary, do you need that? I'll give that over to Gary. Is that okay? Thank you.
So, the contingency I had presented last week, and then updates I've made since then, and then I added a note to it just this morning because I got updated information about landfill closing costs that I needed to include. Oh, I did that. So I had put a line item in the contingency budget for landfill closing that I believe last week I had that at 300,000, or maybe it was 250 at the time. This has been a working document back and forth as the week went on. With new information I received, I put a note on there this morning that makes me believe we should bump that line item up to 350,000 for next year for landfill closing. And that's with 25,000 we have in the solid waste budget. So the total between the two would be 375,000. There's different ways you could look at doing that. One of them would be take some of the money out of the plain contractual line and move down there, or we could budget a little more to make that increase. But either way, I think we need to get that line item up to that amount. I have a line in there for the STARS program because you guys had voted some time back to give the equivalent of a mill of taxes to them next year. I failed to get that in what I'd presented at last week's meeting, so I've added that in. I also previously had a line in there where I was planning on transferring money to the appraiser fund because of the increase in salaries that were given earlier this year, the April 1st increase, the $1 an hour. And the appraiser being in a separate fund, it was going to put them over budget and over cash for the year, and we can't have those violations. So I thought I would be able to transfer money from the general to that fund. However, I have found no statutory authority to do that, and I talked to the state accounts and reports, and they've pretty much confirmed that we don't have the authority to make a transfer that way. However, the general fund could pay enough of the bill out of there to keep them from having a budget violation. So in looking at that, up toward the part where I put payroll dash appraiser, if I pay one of their payrolls out of contingency, that will get their budget back in line so that we don't have a violation. The other funds, there was enough money between line items or enough cash carryover that I didn't need to make transfers. So that was the only separate fund besides general I was concerned about on that. So with that, I have the contingency budget request currently at $2,311,261 with a question of whether or not to add another 50,000 to that to cover landfill closing or just move it out of the contractual line. And if you guys want to think about that, that's fine. I wanted to get all that out there to you. I don't know if you want to have some discussion on that one, or you want me to move on to the next one?
Go ahead and move on.
Okay, the other one I have this time is the employee benefit budget. This is the first time it's been presented in here on employee benefits this year. I just worked that one out late last week. I think I did send a copy out to you where I was at. What you're looking at shows a budget amount of $4,426,300 for employee benefits. That is a $487,300 increase over the current year. This is with no cost of living. So that'll be another discussion we need to get into before we get too far in the today or next week. I've got some supporting documents behind it on how I came up with those amounts. I don't see much of a way to make changes in this unless you started cutting some benefits out somewhere. These are the costs that we're going to incur.
What does that figure in as far as an hourly raise if, off the benefit package? You know, I'd like to see that. I mean, just what the raise and the benefits are, our cost versus the hourly raise for the employee, unless by not cutting it out, just leaving it the same. But I'd like
just
to see
what the hourly average would be on that 487 increase. Okay, I mean, I can calculate that without much trouble.
Right.
In fact, I can probably do that before we leave here, but or at least could get you very close. But yeah, give me a minute to work on that while we're talking.
Okay.
David, we push money from year to year on this as well, correct? Or
Typically, if we have money left, we will purchase order it into the next year for health insurance claims. This year, we had a large amount we carried over. It was, I believe, $500,000 for health insurance claims. My proposal, the way I have it now, is only having about 100,000 left this year to transfer. I won't know what that number really is till we get closer to the end of the year. It depends on how many claims we have. I'm calculating based on us coming close to maximum claims for the rest of the year.
so where does the claims come out of? Is it under the health insurance line item?
Yes. Yeah.
And so that's we're seeing a $350,000 increase on that
on
alone.
that line item, yes.
Didn't we figure that, was it last year we thought that we were gonna get hit big time with that too?
Last year, we got hit bigger than we did this year. However, last year, we also used to fund this year's budget for it, $300,000 of ARPA funding to help keep the levy down. So that was kind of a one-time shot of money into it that it's not going to be available from year to year. So, yeah, I mean, you could, especially considering that, you could consider part of this as a result of using that one-time money and spreading it out over a couple of years instead of increasing it all in one. Let me get to where I've got at least a real quick estimate on what Jim was asking for. Based on the current number of full-time employees, that increase is around $1.75 an hour, or the equivalent of that.
So if we stay at the same benefit package, it's costing us roughly $1.75 an hour more.
That'd be right in that neighborhood. That's not going to be an exact figure,
Right.
but that's just a real quick calculation. If anything, probably a little lower than that, because I'd really have to get into how many part-times and what benefits they have to narrow it down, but I doubt that it would be very much under that. So while you guys are thinking about these two budgets and just mulling things over there, just a little more information I kind of wanted to go through with you today. As I have everything put in the state budget form right now, the county mill levy would be 40.412. And the rural fire levy would be 1.643. So that's without any cost of living. We've got several budgets that you really haven't even given tentative approval to, but you have the numbers, so I put those numbers in. With a 4% COLA, which was what I had proposed, the levies would increase to 41.472 for the county and 1.653 for rural fire. The revenue neutral rates for those funds are 40.994 for county and 1.870 for rural fire. So if we did the proposal I had on the equivalent of a 4% cost of living, we would end up over revenue neutral by 0.261 mils. It would be a reduction of 1.377 mils from our current levy, but it would still be over revenue neutral. Rural fire would be under revenue neutral with or without the COLA. It's coming in where it's not going to push its limit. So what I put in the notice to exceed revenue neutral, which bought us some more time to work on this, would be a levy of 42.581, which is the same as this year's levy. So we'd be coming in 1.377 under that, but it would be over revenue neutral. And then, okay, just one more reminder, I need to get this published by the 23rd of August to have the 10-day notice in time for the hearing. And once we publish that notice, you can still reduce budgets, but you can't increase the budget in any fund.
So how much do we have to get down to stay under revenue neutral? To stay revenue neutral?
Well, right now I show us going over 0.261. If you take that times our valuation, let me get onto the right screen here. And that is not the number I was trying to get to. Hang on just a moment. I gotta do a little more calculation to do that.
While he's going through that, the numbers you wanted on that piece of equipment, that's the heavy track. I ran it for a 12-month period for all of '22 because it was down in part of '23, so I tried to give you a full year on it as best I could.
So the year's for 97 hours and and some of that work will be able to be used, that 97 hours, we can use the new hose for. I mean, there's situations out there, what you're saying, you got more reach for the big O. But we're getting down to where it's not many hours for.
Exactly. I think the biggest would be like,
Bridge cleaning out.
we've got some embutments and some things that need work at some long reach and heavy reach equipment hours that it would be handy on, but, I just want to give you that, so when we got later in that discussion, you'd have it.
That's 41.6. I can give you a number here shortly. I'm not quite there. Okay, if we went to 41.472 on the county, that will put us,
Oops, this is meeting. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
minus, would put us about 155,000, 156,000 over revenue neutral. And that's not counting rural fire. That's going to come in a little low under, so it would knock some off that for those, but in the neighborhood of 155,000 over. Now that does not account for if we added another 50 to contingency, which is one of those decisions I'd want you guys to think about too.
So it could be over 200,000, is what you said if we added it.
Yeah, if we added another 50, we'd be looking at about 200,000 over revenue.
And what's the 4% cost?
What I've got in there is a rough estimate at the moment, around 350,000 between wages and benefits. And again,
What is 4%? 87, around $1 on this? 87-cent increase?
well, what I had calculated earlier, if you divided that out across the board and changed it to a dollar amount, would be about 87 cents an hour. And again, I don't need decisions on all this today. You can schedule as much time as you want next Monday if we want to really dive into this and look at items in there. But by the Monday after that is when I need to have it ready to publish. And I think one of you is going to be gone again on the 21st.
Yeah, I'll be gone.
So for me, I'd like to get a decision from the three of you next Monday on what to publish.
So last year, you were pretty vocal on not thinking it was a good idea to go or stay below revenue neutral. What do you think this year, David? I mean, what's your input on it?
So I don't want to give the appearance that I'm in favor of increasing someone's taxes, because I'm not. I still think long-term we can't stay neutral. And in times like this year, when we see an increase in value, I would rather see us go over a little now, and then if we have a decrease where the levy is going to have to go up to even be neutral, to use that as more of a time we might cut into some reserves to stay neutral. Because to me, there's a couple of ways we could be neutral this year. One is to cut some things out of budgets, whichever budgets it would be. I mean, you can go through them with a fine tooth comb and cut things out if you want to. The other is to cut into our reserve funds. But one of those two things is going to have to happen to stay neutral this year, to the tune of $150,000 to $200,000 to cut out somewhere. I would rather cut like that on a year when our value's down than I would when it's up and we could lower the levy anyway. And then And Danny, you mentioned in prior years, and I go clear back to 2 years ago, we went under by roughly 130,000.
An hour.
And that was one when I was really opposed to going under the revenue neutral because it set our limit lower. If we went up the amount I've got in there now, we would be back slightly higher than we were before we dropped under that year. But
I'm for staying revenue neutral if we can. That's what I'd like to do.
But that's obviously a decision the three of you need to make. I'm presenting information to you.
Right.
Do we have historical numbers on how much we've used contingency and capital outlay windfall?
I don't have anything worked up showing all of it, but I can have, yes.
Okay.
Like how far back?
3, 5 years?
And I don't know, how we've used it, and to me, part of that is what we have or have not replaced in it over those years when we use it.
Okay.
But I can work all that up and have it, well, later this week to send on out, and definitely have it for discussion next week.
Sounds good.
So it looks like have you guys talked to Trico? Have you?
I have.
How do you feel about it? Because that's one that still hasn't been approved, right?
Right.
Correct.
That's one. The number I plugged in there is the revised number that you gave us, Danny, after you had talked to him.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't seen anything else from Trico since then.
So I'm still not comfortable with how they arrive at that figure and everything that way after having an extensive conversation with John Platt from Trico. Why we're paying substantially more than Anderson and Miami County per person and everything that way. And I asked him for numbers in regards to, so, he went over with me what those funds pay for that we're submitting. That's what he went over with you as well, right?
Yep.
I asked him how that compared for Miami and Anderson County with their funds and how much they're paying for. Are they paying full freight, or are they only chipping in a part of theirs and things that way? And he wasn't able to answer that question for me. He didn't have those numbers readily available.
I can't remember my discussion. I thought it had something to do with our end. But I could be wrong. I can't remember exactly. I think I might have an email. So David, if we don't approve the Trico budget, what do we? I mean, are we obligated to? I mean, by statute, do we have to have a mental?
I don't
'Cause we have
know that
mental
I
health.
can answer that with certainty. That may be a legal question we need to look into.
So we're kind of running out of time. Do you think we should, do you have an equation of
I don't
numbers?
have a number. I don't have an equation. And I think we are running out of time. And
Well,
I think it needs to be something that we look into next year.
and keep
in
in
more
mind
depth.
that once this is published, you can still reduce it up to the time the budget's approved, which would be September 5th.
Okay.
So if I publish on the 23rd of August, you would have another meeting on the 28th, and then the meeting on the 5th of September would be the one when we actually have the hearing. So you've got another full week's meeting after publication, and then the hearing the following week when you can still make cuts to anything in there.
So as of right now, would in your publication, would it be that we're not approving the 80,000 for that? Or how?
That's kind of what I'm wanting you guys to decide before I publish. I mean, I've got it in the program right now, I'm showing that in there. Unless you want to tell me to take it out or change it to another amount.
I'd like to know what our legal obligations are to us. I mean, if we aren't obligated to it, why can we not pay like Anderson County pays per person?
And I'm the same way with the, well, I guess it was already approved, but we can still adjust it even if it's approved, right? Because it's just tentatively approved, like the juvenile one. I'd like
Yes,
to, I would.
we can still come down on any.
We've got a contract there though.
Yeah, that one I think.
It's contract.
Yeah, but are we going to spend more throughout the year, or should we spend? Are we going to spend more just breaking the contract? Because he sat there and told us that he was, they're begging for, they can hold what 21, they got 8, and
What I'm saying is we are under contract with them right now. We're supposed to give them, is what I remember Gary saying was July 1.
Yeah, I think
We went past the time limit of breaking the contract, is what I think.
I think we've got a 6-month notice to get out of it.
Yeah.
And I'm for getting out of it, Danny, don't get me wrong.
you can't pay. We don't have like no penalty we could pay to get out of it. Then
Again, you're getting into legal questions that I'm not qualified to answer.
in the special building we have 155, right? Now does that? How come that in the courthouse is?
And I'm not following all your question there. How's what?
So in the courthouse we have
An increase of 89,250.
Yeah, that was in the ones I brought in last.
Because of the insurance.
Insurance was a
Off
big
the
chunk of
judicial
that.
facility, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was, I think, my big increase in courthouse was insurance, which Kevin reduced the amount of insurance in his budget for next year.
Okay.
More of it in courthouse to pay for that building. So yeah, I went from 65,000 to 130 on the insurance line. So that's what, 65 increase right there. What are some of the others? The revenue neutral notices, I didn't have a line item budgeted for in there last year. I have it spelled out. I've got 13 on that. Utilities is another one where I bumped way up, and that was based on what it looks like we're doing this year. We're going to need to spend a lot more on utilities.
Not to bounce around, but the SEK mental health, when they say 45 employees, that's throughout their entire system. So 4 is what they have listed on their website at Pleasanton. Versus 12 at Allen County, 7 at Anderson, 7 at Bourbon, 11 at Neosho, and 3 at Woodson.
That's what I want to see is, of course, how many people are using the services in our county versus the breakdown per county, see where we're.
I agree, Jim.
So do we have, are we having like people from right across the Missouri line coming to Pleasanton? That's.
I don't know.
And I had reached out to him 2 weeks ago, I believe, and told him to get a hold of you. I didn't get to talk to him, but I told him that we wanted very detailed literature on the budget, and that's.
On the mental health, the ones that came in today, yeah, I think I got a phone call or an email, one or the other, from staff saying he could come in today at this time, and we really didn't discuss anything about what was going to be.
And I had told her, you're letting it talk to me, I told her, like whatever they want, we'd like to know in detail what.
Well, and when they left today, Joe that was with Nathan was verified with me that he could send me information and I could get it out to you. So I hope to see some more information from him in the next couple of days.
Okay.
And I can get that out to your SharePoint site so you can review it as soon as I get it.
Sounds good, David.
So what are you guys thinking on we need an answer on the cost of living, right? Or
Well, I don't have to have an answer
way?
today. I would like to have an answer next week on publishing. So I know this is a lot to look at one time and, take another week and review it, but, the other thing
So-
that's still been up in the air for me, all of the budget, is we are yet to receive our audit results. And I've been emailing auditors. I got a response this morning that they are finishing them in the order they performed the audits. They're on the last one before us now. Right now, they're wrapping up. I'm hoping by next week I've actually got those audited numbers. That could change our beginning balances on the budgets a little, because I typically take the auditor's numbers for the prior year, and sometimes they will make some adjustments from what the records we have, so that could throw all of these numbers off a little bit if they give me adjustments.
Okay.
But that's part of why I'd like to have those numbers before we get it published, so that we know we're working with good numbers for.
Usually get them by then, it just.
Yeah, and it was a new firm for us this year, and it's been a slow process. I mean, when you've worked with the same ones for 20 to 30 years and you change, then everybody does things a little different, and it's just taken a while.
You mentioned cutting out of budgets and things that way. How would we go about that, and how would we decide what and where?
Well, I mean, go back and review everything that's turned in, call people in if you want to question something they had in their budget. From
Last year, we called everybody in, whenever it was over, and we stayed revenue neutral, but we called them in and asked. That's what we did, and we got to it real quick. The first time we did actually,
And that was all in-house too, wasn't it? I mean, that wasn't much out. I mean, that was more.
I think there was a couple of adjustments from outside agencies when we did that last year too.
I mean, pretty well everybody came that day.
Most of it was department
And
heads dropping
it
that.
got taken care of real quick. All it did.
In past years at different times, I have gone through budgets and tried to make suggestions for the commission of some places that I thought might be able to be cut. I don't necessarily like to do that with somebody else's budget if I don't have to. But there's times that I spot things when I'm doing budgets that I think maybe somebody just miscalculated a little here or there, and we could make some changes.
Well, I'm not against the COLA either, but I think we need to look at what the benefit package is costing us too. Extra. As far as raise for
What did you say, 350?
$1.75 an hour.
About $1.75 an hour would be the amount of the increase on it. And that's, like I said, a rough estimate, but it would be that or a little below.
Per hour, right?
Yeah. And some of the, I mean, and keep in mind, benefits counts, Social Security, capers.
Right.
There are some of those numbers we have absolutely no control over other than what we're paying people, and it's a percentage of that salary.
Right.
There are some things in there that are policies that you could make changes to.
As far as the benefit packages, is what you're saying. Right.
But yeah, I mean, Social Security rates have been the same as long as I remember, as long as I've been in the workforce anyway. Capers, we are informed by the state every year what that rate's going to be. We don't set that, and we have no control. Unemployment is based on our claims for a period prior to that. We're dropping on it again this year. If we have some more claims in another year, that could jump right back up. Work comp is based on state rates by category, and then an experience rating that takes our experience into account. So again, if we have lots of work comp claims, it's going to drive our rating up and make it higher. If we have 2 or 3 good years without many claims against our work comp, then our experience rating goes down and we save some money.
Do we have to hit a certain number of packages or whatever you want to call it to get this certain premium or something? Can somebody deny their package and get a dollar raise instead?
Oh, on the health insurance? No, we've never given any alternative. There are limits, a certain percentage we have to have enrolled to qualify under group benefits. Because we have had a few people that just didn't take the insurance. And I don't think we are pushing that limit, but we have not like given them more money for not taking it either. They just made a choice where it was, they didn't need it for some reason, or it would mess up other insurance they had through a spouse or through military or something if they did. The only adjustments we've made on people that don't qualify for an HSA is we have allowed an additional non-HSA payment to those people so that they're not missing out on that benefit, because the people that have HSAs, we put money in their HSA every month. And, all the stuff like that, those are policy decisions. They're not governed by the state or someone else setting our rate. But please think about these over this coming week so we can have a discussion next week and try to make some decisions on at least on what to publish.
What was the cost if we went over, we had to publish it or we had to notify everybody, right?
Well, I've already done the notification because I had to, by July 20th, I had to know if we were going to have a notice to exceed.
Did
But you didn't have to send the mailers out, that's what you're
Yeah,
talking about.
did the state pay for that?
The state's going to pay us back for mailing this year. So the notices actually should be going out tomorrow, I believe is the date I put on them. I hired Postalocity to do that for us this year. The printing, sorting, stuffing, mailing, bit. They had me send in a payment of a little over $10,000 as their original estimate before they would start working on everything. Once they got all our forms in, then the final payment amount was calculated based on how it's sorted out and how many they could combine. We ended up just under 13,000 as our total bill with them. So I will be able to submit that to the state for reimbursement this year.
But beyond that, we won't be able to do it anymore.
Starting next year, unless the state changes their rules, which they talked about this year and then didn't do it, we will have to bill each entity that caused notices to go out for their share of the notices.
You have to bill them?
Yeah. I mean, we'll pay for it and then we bill them to pay us back instead of the state paying us back.
Schools, cities.
Right. So that's one and we've really not received guidance on that from the state on how to determine how much everyone's share is. I worked up a spreadsheet this year and went ahead and did the calculation as if we were going to charge everybody this year, what it would be. And I think I came up with, to me, something that's a fair way to split it up. So I took the number of parcels, which creates a tax bill, and listed out how many there are in the county, how many in each city, each township, each school. And then once we found out what the total cost was, I plugged in the cost of this mailing, and we knew which entities caused that mailing to go out, which in our case, it was county, it was Lacine, Mound City, Linn Valley, all of the schools, SEK Library, Library 1, and Extension District. Then I went back and I grabbed that parcel count from each one of those and added them all together. So instead of the 21,323 total parcels in the county, when you add up how many parcels are in each one of those entities, it comes up to 86,480. And then I took, in like the Linn County case, we have 21,000 of those. That's 24.66% of the total notices going out were due to our action of going over or saying we were. And if you take that times the total cost, our expense would have been $3,172 for just our share of it this year. And I calculated that for each entity that's in there. So unless we get more guidance from the state level before next year on how to calculate that, I think I'll use a formula like that. Looking at it that way, I mean, two of the cities that went over, their bill would be under $100 for the one they ones they caused to go out. Linn Valley has a lot more parcels. Theirs would have been almost $800 of it. The school districts, the bigger the district, the more they're paying because they cover a bigger area and more parcels. Prairie View's got the highest, and then Jayhawk, then Pleasanton. The SCK library covers a good share of the county, so theirs was like 1,600, almost 1,700. The extension district covers the whole county, so their share was just as big as the county share at 3,172, if they had to pay for it this year. But
Does the state of Kansas have to be under some kind of cap?
they exempted themselves from it when they passed that law.
But they expect
Convenient.
all us to?
Right.
Their levy has been set at 1.5 mils as long as I've worked here. I assume it may have changed sometime in with that. But every year if value increases, they are collecting more tax money on their 1.5 mils because they have not ever lowered their levy in the almost 30 years I've been here.
Okay.
And I, partially for my own information, I went through and did a little calculation just on my own property at different levels, which I thought was interesting anyway. But so on the property I own here in town, just what I pay in county taxes, if we did not change our county levy from what it is this year, my tax bill for the county would be $924.26. Now, again, that's not my entire tax bill, that's just the county share of it. If we went to revenue neutral, it would drop to $890.24. If we did it at the level I had in the budget form so far with no cost of living, it would drop to $873.44. If we did 4% cost of living on top of what I've got in there, it would go to $895.66. So any of those options are lower on what I'm going to pay the county than I would if our levy stayed the same because they're all under the current levy. The difference in revenue neutral and with the COLA, it's going to cost me a little over $5 more for revenue neutral. And without a COLA where we are now, when we come in under it, I would save about $17 under revenue neutral. Now, I don't have the most expensive piece of property in town. I don't have the cheapest one either. And that's going to be different for anyone depending on how much property they own, what it's worth. But those ratios would be about the same. It would just have to be based on your individual valuation on the dollar amounts.
So next week we'll give you an answer on COLA.
Yeah, I need to know about COLA and I need to know if you want to make changes before it's published. And then you've still got, at that point, that would be the 14th, would be next Monday. You still have from the 14th till the 5th of September to go back and make cuts or changes that are not increases in funds on any of the budgets listed in there. I will probably be able to update some of the income items a little bit again in the meantime, which can have an effect also. But that's an ongoing, I look at those ledger reports at least monthly at this time of year, more like weekly to see what's been coming in. And occasionally there'll be a big spike in that if something bigger than normal happens and we get more income, that could affect levies. So I think that's it for me today. I just wanted to get all that in front of you and let you know when I need some decisions.
Thank you, Dave.
Anybody got anything else? make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.